Training camp week for the Buffalo Bills. They signed TJ Sanders over the weekend, second-round defensive tackle. 10.0 of the $10.6 million is guaranteed. It's 95% of his contract. Sanders also was the earliest selected second-round pick not to get a 100% fully guaranteed deal. The 7 who had signed before him did get that. So Sanders' sign means that the whole Bills draft class is now under contract. First practice for Bills training camp is on Wednesday. Landon Jackson did an interview with Trainwreck Sports over the weekend and said that he'll be fine and ready to go early in training camp. Coverage of Bills training camp from St. John Fisher, brought to you by Fiegelcar and Joyce, your border attorneys, by Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? And by Upstate Honda Dealers. For great deals, visit your local Honda dealer today. Sticking with football, the Seahawks released starting tight end Noah Fant, former first-round pick, still only 27 years old. Micah Parsons will report to training camp in Dallas, despite not having a long-term extension that he's looking for. And in golf, Scottie Scheffler wins the Open Championship by 4 strokes. No one really ever got that close. It's his 4th major of his career. Only the U.S. Open left for Scheffler to hit the career Grand Slam. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Is that kid telling that story? He was 12.
I hope so.
All right, Peyton Manning's here. Number of times Peyton Manning won a game here. It's not that many because
no, it's
realignment. Is it 2? How many times did Peyton Manning play and win a game here?
Oh, he played a snow game here once where I think he left in the first quarter because it was like week 17. So that doesn't count.
It's got to be way more than 2. I don't know why I said 2 because. All right, hold on.
Also, has anyone ever heard Peyton Manning referred to as the caveman? Because as I go to his Pro Football Reference page, that's one of his nicknames.
All right, so on his Pro Football Reference page, what years did he play?
98 to 2015.
Okay, you know what this is about to be? This is about to be a Pablo Torre finds out episode where we locate this individual that threw a glove in Peyton Manning's face.
This 12-year-old kid that whipped a hat back at Manning.
So between 98 and 2015.
Okay, so in his rookie season, he lost to the Bills in Buffalo. That's 1998.
2000, they lose here. 2001, they win here 30-14. 2003, 17-14.
That must be when they're still in the same division.
Yes, that's right, 3. I've got how many wins for Peyton Manning in Buffalo? Another OT loss. I've got. He's done by 2021. I think I've got 3.
3 wins total.
3 wins here, where they're playing a game in Buffalo.
Yeah,
they beat the Bills in Buffalo in 2000.
Yeah,
once.
Mm-hmm.
And then in 2001, and then actually that might be it.
You saw 98 was in there too.
98, yeah, they lost.
They lost that one, right?
Yeah.
Right, yeah. And then he also lost in 2010, but that's the game I'm thinking of. That's week 17. He comes out of the game like immediately.
Yeah.
Oh, not immediately. He threw 18 passes, but Curtis Painter also threw 17 passes.
Because it used to be you play the Colts, twice a year and at home every single year. But then starting in 2001, the games here in Buffalo go 2003, 2010, 2015, 2017, 21 playoffs, and then 21 regular season.
Okay.
So
he says there, though, they won. The Colts beat the Bills.
Yeah, right?
Okay.
Once the Colts...
So this is probably early in his career.
Yeah.
It's 12 years old in like 98 or 2000. That kid now is going to be...
it's
almost 40.
It's 2001 or 2003 or 2000. Those are the 3 I've got.
So that kid is in his 30s now.
Yeah.
Most likely.
Yeah.
And should know that that's, like, you would remember doing that, right?
You threw a glove back in Peyton Manning's face?
I think you would remember that.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't have a similar story, so I can't speak from experience, but I think if I had done that, if I had thrown a glove in Brady's face, maybe Brady would be different for this, but I think I would remember that.
Yeah,
for sure.
And, Brady is also, there's something else that was thrown that is remembered a little bit more.
Very memorable.
On the field.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody, good morning. Jeremy and Joe. Happy camp week. Bills go to training camp this week. First practice coming your way Wednesday. Here we go. Here we go.
Did you look at the weather yet?
Yes. In fact, the weather is beautiful today, beautiful tomorrow, and then as soon as practice starts, it's going to be the surface of the sun.
Yep.
90s. As soon as they get out on the field, like, you live on Mercury now. That's how hot it's going to be.
Yep.
All right. Stay hydrated, everybody. Stay hydrated.
Patrick Hammer actually just tweeted out a graphic of Bills training camp Pittsford, and there's the Bills logo up there, and then there's the temperatures. And on Thursday, they have to put what the record is for heat on Thursday. It's like there's the temperature, and then in the bar, this is what the record is because I know you're going to be wondering it for how hot it's going to be. 94, by the way. On Thursday. 94.
What is the record?
97.
Okay.
Could come close.
94.
First two, it's 87, 94, 84. Those are your first 3 days at training camp. 84 is fine, but hot, hot.
Especially hot if you're wearing pads and running and doing things against other large men.
Who will be wearing long sleeves in the 94-degree heat on Thursday? Somebody will.
Somebody. Well, good morning. Happy camp week. Jeremy and Joe. And eager to get there. Eager to get to training camp at St. John Fisher. Are they already having production meetings about Hard Knocks? Don't forget, of course, we are getting to our Hard Knocks era of our lives, which will be very exciting.
And that doesn't debut until I believe it's August 5th.
Yeah, that's right.
So you still have a little bit of time to go before that. But, yeah, they'll be there filming. I assume we'll notice the film crew.
Yeah, I think so.
Like, I know they have cameras set up, like, when they're in the facilities and whatnot that I'm sure they don't notice. But on the practice field, like, cameras all around HBO, like, I would expect their presence to be felt at least a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm really glad to have them this year. Like, I've never seen the Bills on Hard Knocks because they've never been on Hard Knocks. And training camp's great, and I'm getting a lot of questions from friends and family, whoever, like, what are you looking for? Like, what are you pumped up about in training camp? And it's like, all right, like, there's a couple of things, but I'm ready for Hard Knocks to kind of, multiply all of that by 100 this year by getting to see more access or, like, real stuff than maybe you would see otherwise.
Yeah, we don't quite know what it will deliver from us. I mean, other teams that have been through this, what do you get? You get the trip to the ice cream shop. You're definitely going to get that. You're going to get the turkey burgers featured probably, aren't you? Yeah, sure. You're going to get lots
St. John
of stuff
Fisher
like that.
turkey burgers.
And you're going to get positional battles, and you're going to get, players showing you a little bit of the spice of their life. Or maybe McDermott. Listen, here's one way to – I always wonder about this. Does Hard Knocks submit a list of, these are things we're thinking about looking into? And do the Bills submit any sort of, that'd be great. And who's really interesting is this player or this player. If we have a guest on the show, sometimes when we're going to have, player X over the years, someone from PR will say, hey, he's actually a hell of a golfer. Just, to kind of ask him about this. Or, did you know his brother does this? Something to kind of open up an interview and get things going. And I wonder what kind of collaborative effort there is from the Bills and from Hard Knocks in that department. Maybe it's Landon Jackson's going to be featured because of blah, 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 whatever it might be.
Ray Davis is a great story. Boys and Girls Club. Like, I would almost predict that he'll be featured in some way with his life. There'll be a few of those for sure. I want to see, though, like, in McDermott and the Bills coaching staff comes off as very, like, composed and compact, like when the cameras are on, but well, I guess the cameras will be on now too, but behind the scenes, like how intense they are behind the scenes. Like seeing a real difference, like, whoa, like fans may be getting a first look at that, like, oh, I didn't realize they were like this, like behind the scenes, like in a good way. Again, though, that's if you get that. I'm kind of assuming you'll get that. There could be a little less access. I don't know if that's really going to come to fruition because of the Giants thing from last year, and if the Bills actually will have more editorial control than teams last year or 2 years ago would have had. But I would predict you're going to see things in this that you would, like in a good way, that you weren't ready for. In that way, like how the coaches really, operate.
Bobby Babich, Joe Brady.
Sure, yeah.
Everybody eats.
Brady especially, because if you listen to Joe Brady in an interview, like he seems very mellow.
Yeah.
Like, and, Babich a little less so, but even he turns it up, I think, once you see him on the field, and I'm sure that happens in the locker room, too.
803-0550 if you want to join in for training camp. I got into a conversation with the Bills roster over the weekend, and it got to be about one position that's interesting. Like, this is the time where people get their final 53-man roster predictions, like who's going to be the final 53, or maybe we should call it the first 53. Who's going to be on the first 53-man roster? And, how many different spots are controversial, or how many different spots are really up for grabs? And you kind of get to about 3 really interesting position battles. Safety, right? Cole Bishop. And then corner 2, Max Hairston. And after that, I guess I'm working at which receiver is the 4th guy? Elijah Moore, Curtis Samuel.
Yep.
And am I at backup quarterback?
Backup quarterback's going to be on the list.
What is there besides that? There's how do they handle the 2 suspensions, right? Michael Hoyt and Larry Ogunjobi. That I think that actually almost lines up to be a good problem to have, because don't they have an extended tryout period / runway for 2 players on their defense?
Yes.
So you're a team that might have a little bit of wiggle room because you are consistently an excellent team. So now Deion Walker and Javon Solomon, you get an extended runway for them until those 2 players come back. And it might not be those 2 specifically, but just for Hoyt and Ogunjobi, they joined the team basically in week 7.
Right, because Hoyt is such a unique player that I almost would have a tough time figuring out, like, okay, who really sees an uptick in opportunity with him being out for 6 weeks? Like, watching practice and thinking, oh, this guy's getting the opportunity that Hoyt is leaving available. Like, Hoyt does things, or he at least has a versatility that nobody else on the defense has. Right, he's the chess piece, isn't he?
Yeah.
So Javon Solomon's not lining up at nickel corner, I don't think, on a given snap, and then going to defensive tackle on the next snap. That might be next, though. Like, that really is receiver 4 the 3rd battle of importance on this team? Because backup quarterback is interesting, but backup quarterback's not playing snaps.
Yeah.
The 4th receiver is playing snaps. Like, he's not starting, but that's a person that's going to be on the field and hopefully helping you.
The only way I would say 4th receiver, it's almost like it's 4th, but it's 5th. Because are they going to have one receiver play special teams? Or is Laviska Shenault going to make the team and play special teams, meaning that either Elijah Moore or Curtis Samuel doesn't make the team?
Yeah,
and in the case of Samuel, you're going to try to trade him. This is not me saying they're going to do that, but if they run the numbers like they normally do, you might see a special teams wide receiver. Could that be Jalen Virgil makes the team instead of Elijah Moore? Because
has Tyrell Shaver shown them something on special teams to kind of be the other big body?
And the again, like, you have to. This is so far digging into the roster to try to find something to watch, and injuries might change that entire arithmetic. But if I was thinking about it this way, Joe, if let's say this does play out this way, and Elijah Moore just doesn't make the team because they say we need a guy to play teams, special teams, all of a sudden the Bills, when they signed Moore, kind of made a lot of people feel a lot better. There's the big argument, the big dust-up about the wide receiver conversation, and then the next day, Moore's here, and since then, I feel like Bills fans have slowly been moving towards, all right, well, this guy, he rounds out the group, and it's a nice group. Mm-hmm. And if they drop one off of that group for special teams, all of a sudden you might have a little bit of a doubt about whether or not they have enough.
Yeah, do you want to know what the contracts are for those two players if it were to get to, I wonder if they could move on from this? Elijah Moore, he has a $2.5 million cap hit. That's locked in. Mm-hmm. You can cut him, you could trade him, you can keep him. It's the same. Yep. It's exactly the same. Curtis Samuel, you want to trade Curtis Samuel at some point here in training camp? The Bills would save $7.3 million this year,
so
off of 9.0.
So if Moore was great and they wanted to kind of crunch the numbers, trading Samuel and giving a team a draft pick to take him, again, it's 6 a.m. on Monday before camp. It sounds like we're just trading Samuel.
We're doing cap dumps.
We're just kind of playing the numbers a little bit.
Yeah.
Like the numbers game at receiver might get interesting unless they're going to keep all five.
Which I still kind of think that's the most likely outcome.
I do too.
They're going to keep all five, and the receiver that normally plays special teams is going to come from the cornerback room, or is going to come from the running back room, or some other position. Is going to be the gunner that Matt Collins was last year. Or they'll, you could see all five make the team, and then, hey, Tyrell Shavers is on the practice squad again, and we're going to elevate him during the regular season. And from the practice squad, he'll be active on game days, and, Curtis Samuel won't be. But it does kind of point to they can't all five really play meaningful snaps, right? They all five can be on the field, and maybe the fourth and the fifth guy can play a little bit. But if they keep all five, maybe Samuel would be the biggest question mark for this. What really is asked of him? What is his role? Is he playing enough snaps to even make a dent in the offense? If he's got Elijah Moore, Josh Palmer, and Khalil Shakir all above him.
Are you talking about
Keon Coleman?
10 snaps a game, 15 snaps a game?
Yeah, what am I really... Does it feel like it's even worth it at that point if Samuel doesn't is he the one that almost would have to stand out amongst the rest because he's got the contract that you can save a lot of money from, and I think the Bills still need to create a little bit of space, don't they?
Yep.
At least they've talked about that. And hey, if you want to make a move at the trade deadline, if you can free up $7 million right now and bank that for October when this guy got hurt and we'd really like to add another blank. Let's go use the Curtis Samuel money on that because we decided not to keep him around as our fifth receiver playing 8 snaps. That might end up being an idea. I don't want to say a great idea because I still like the player, but it might be a real option.
And his teammates seem to like him a bit too, Samuel. He's got other teammates talking about the vibes he brings. So, we'll see.
That is so far that sounds like third to me. Third among camp battles. Because who's playing? Your safety is playing. Your number 2 corner is playing a lot. And then there's a tier break. And then I think next is that receiver. Because there's no other battle I can think of right now where that's deciding snaps once the season gets rolling without injury.
803-0550, our phone number. Richie in Eden is in early. Hey, Richie, good morning.
Oh, hello, boys. Good morning to you. So
morning.
A couple weeks ago, I was on X. And I saw this post, Name That Thigh, by that thigh doctor guy, and it ended up being the punter. And I was thinking, oh my goodness, we have a punter battle no one's talking about. 2 unnamed guys, this Jake something and Brad Robbins. And I'm thinking, what if it comes crunch time? These guys not only have to punt the ball, we can get a shank, but they have to hold Tyler Bass's balls, too. And I don't know if they're going to factor in who's the better holder, who's the better kicker, but there would be nothing worse than having laces in for the AFC East title come December.
Yeah, thanks,
I'll
Richie.
hang up and listen.
The punter battle. They do.
I was just going to ask, how many Bills fans right now could even name who are the punters?
Jake
right
Camarda
and
Brad Robbins?
Yes.
Yeah. Punter battle. We've been through a training camp where one of the more interesting storylines was, can the punter hold? We've done that before.
It's funny. I just went to the Bills Our Lads page to look at their depth chart, and I didn't realize they have an H set aside.
A holder?
Yeah. There's place kicker, there's punter, and then there's also holder. which ends up just being the same person. But they do list Holder as a spot too, so I'm sure we'll hear a lot about that. That like who does Bass trust is a part of who they'll decide on that one.
The answer to that one is easy. Just don't punt.
Or that.
Just never punt.
Just don't punt.
Yeah. Just
you really be dissuaded from punting if like, hey, if we had the punt here, it's Bass, and we have no idea how that's going to go. So we should go for it here on 4th and 6.
803-0550, our phone number. Camp week. Sal joins us at 7 o'clock. He's back. Back from a lengthy vacation, time off, time in Italy. We'll try to get a recap, see how the trip was for him. He's back 7 o'clock. Maybe Sal's one of the stars of Hard Knocks, you know? Why not?
He'll be in it.
I think we might all be more in it in terms of like you're standing on the field and the camera pans by somebody. Who knows?
Yeah, you're getting your poses ready for watching practice.
Yep.
The fingers under the chin maybe as the look.
I'm gonna go out there with a
intrigue.
I'm gonna go out there with a clipboard. I feel like that'll make it look like I'm a lot more intense. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then you're walking around. What was Jeremy holding a clipboard?
Holding the clipboard like this, and when the camera pans, like that guy looks like he's
what's on the clipboard?
He's really focused on these positions. Ooh, hold on, to write something down there. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I noticed that.
He's
too.
just drawing a train.
You know what?
The whole time.
What?
It's a doodle of a train.
That's right. Doodling.
It's his lunch order for later in the day.
We both have to have clipboards so then we can consult next to each other when we see the Hard Knocks.
And then you point
pan.
to like mine with a pen as you're like we're looking at yeah. Get this ready.
We turn and we just high five.
Yeah.
Performing for the cameras.
HBO comes over at some point. So what do you guys do?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We just yap.
We're just the clipboard. We're the clipboard
we
guys.
just yap in the morning about stuff.
Yeah.
We don't really do much else. So Camp Week. Welcome to Camp Week. The Open Championship, Scotty Scheffler dominates that thing.
Mm-hmm.
Here's my take on the Open Championship briefly. Was it the most beautiful British Open ever played?
It was pretty.
It was gorgeous.
Yeah. Not what you normally want, though, right?
You want the wind.
You want gray skies and fighting the elements.
There's a part of that. It was gorgeous.
It was really beautiful, though. Yeah.
Was it the sunniest stretch of golf in the history of England, Britain, Scotland, Ireland?
Yeah, it was on a different island than what you normally get, but it was
absolutely perfect.
Yeah, sun per shot was probably the highest it's ever been.
Lumens per fairway, or whatever.
It really that when I went to Ireland last year, that was beautiful, and we got lucky with that. If you can get that place with sun like that. I mean, in that course on the water, there's the shots of was it the 12th green that's on the water with the cliffs in the background.
Yep.
So yeah, that's hard to top. That's really hard to top.
Pretty good stuff. Meanwhile, the Duster Challenge was this weekend as well at Glen Oak. The guys from Tee to Green always putting that on, raising money for PGA Hope, and they raised a bunch of money, had a great time. Oh, and you were out there for that. Good time on Friday for the Duster Challenge?
It was great. Made the cut, too, which was
nice.
a nice touch.
I saw you making a nice 12-footer.
They had him rolling out there. We saw the head pro, and he was they're rolling about a foot faster than Oakmont was for the U.S. Open.
Wow.
So it was glass. Mm-hmm. I got destroyed in my match play in the first round of the playoff, but it was a blast. Super cool event. Mm-hmm. Everybody did a great job. Came out, raised a bunch of money. It was very cool.
Nice. Thousands raised for PGA Hope at Glen Oak.
Nice.
So that's good. And now on to the PGA goes on to Memphis. There we go.
They have a tournament this year?
I only know it's Memphis
week?
Because Scotty Scheffler basically said, now that this tournament is over, back to par, and now we go to Memphis.
He's playing this week? He's flying from Ireland to go play in Memphis?
They're playing at Old Greenwood this week. Of course, I've not. It's the Barracuda Championship. Is that the one in Memphis? Or is he skipping a week? Or what's he? No, that's in Tahoe. Sorry. The 3M Open might be the one. No, I don't know. He said he's going to Memphis.
He can say it's on to Memphis. For me, for golf, it's on to the Ryder Cup.
Yeah.
And we still have 2 months until that happens. September, right? Usually for the Ryder Cup. At Bethpage Black this year also, by the way. Should be awesome.
Sorry, I shouldn't be looking this up right now. What's in? Somebody read in the chat. What's in Memphis? He's going to Memphis. Family. He's from Texas. He's from Texas.
Maybe he just wants to go to Memphis.
Best quote of the
music scene, right?
Best quote of the week was Bryson talking about Scotty, saying, he's unbelievable right now, and that the two of them used to play a lot and play together in high school or college. Sorry, we used to play together in college, and he was not this good back then. Is what Bryson said, which I appreciated. So the Open Championship, Scotty absolutely dominates, and the major championship season is over. We had two Scotties, a Rory, and a JJ Spawn.
I like it. That's a good four.
Yeah. Absolutely.
It's a good year of you got an unknown, and Spawn winning it the way he did helps that too.
Yep. And Rory won the Players, if you want to include the Players. That's two Rorys, two Scotties, and Spawn, and now off to the Ryder Cup, which will be at Bethpage Black. 803-0550. We'll check in with Sal. I've got a Let's Get Stupid. It's a golf Let's Get Stupid to get to today. We'll get in some golf today, of course, because now the major season is over. I've got something on the Eagles, the worst to first trend in the NFL. Training camps opening up, players reporting. It's almost football season. Jeremy and Joe, you can give us a ring if you want on anything camp, a battle you're wondering about, expectations, all that stuff. Once we get to camp, it'll be fast and furious watching these practices, checking in on Hard Knocks, all that good stuff. So if you want to join us, you are more than welcome to. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR.
It's so crazy going from the Stephon Diggs era and being so wide receiver one focused, and then thinking, okay, even if Elijah Moore has a really good season and the Bills give him a $10 to $12 million contract, that would be Shakir, Moore, and Josh Palmer, who we haven't talked about yet, combining for like $30 to $35 million when that's what one receiver, a Jamar Chase type wide receiver is getting in today's NFL. If you were to pose that to anyone, I mean, maybe some people would rather have just Jamar Chase or Justin Jefferson, but it's almost like, why would we have not in the past wanted to say, let's diversify and have three really good receivers all making the same as what one receiver can do? Because if you take out Stephon Diggs in one game, we saw that the Bills' offense can really struggle.
I would push back on that. I would say diversifying is fine. Expensive diversification is a choice. Like, that's what the Bills are kind of doing here, because there are teams that diversify, and they do it with not a lot of money spent. They just do it with draft picks. Like, that's ultimately at the root of my biggest disagreement with how the Bills have built. Of course, again, it doesn't mean like they're doomed, but middle-class money at receiver is not something that a lot of teams do.
That's true.
And, I'm not sitting here saying the Bills should have drafted Matthew Golden. I wonder if they would have if he was there. They very well might have, but he wasn't there. His salary this year will be lower than every Bills receiver, basically, as a first-round pick. So it's an odd way to do it. You could say that why pay a $30 million receiver when I can pay three $10 million receivers? And the answer is because you could pay one $30 and then get two draft picks. Yeah. And it's the same, except you have a guy that has a lot more gravity against the defense. So I don't think I appreciate what the Bills have done from a whatever. Forget the money for a second. If they want to do it this way because they feel like this fit for them is a better fit for structurally offensively, that's fine. I don't think you can say they're saving money doing it. I got into a conversation with the Bills roster over the weekend, and, it got to be about one position that's interesting. Like, this is the time where people get their final 53-man roster predictions, like who's going to be the final 53, or maybe we should call it the first 53. Who's going to be on the first 53-man roster? And, how many different spots are controversial, or how many different spots are really up for grabs? And you kind of get to about three really interesting position battles. Safety, right? Cole Bishop. And then corner 2, Max Hairston. And after that, I guess I'm working at which receiver is the fourth guy. Elijah Moore, Curtis Samuel.
Yep.
And am I at backup quarterback?
Backup quarterback's going to be on the list.
What is there besides that? There's how do they handle the two suspensions, right? Michael Hoyt and Larry Ogunjobi. That I think that actually almost lines up to be a good problem to have, because don't they have an extended tryout period / runway for 2 players on their defense.
Yes.
So you're a team that might have a little bit of wiggle room because you are consistently an excellent team. So now Deion Walker and Javon Solomon, you get an extended runway for them until those 2 players come back. And it might not be those 2 specifically, but just you know for Hoyt and Ogunjobi, they joined the team basically in week 7.
Right, because Hoyt is such a unique player that I almost would have a tough time figuring out, like, okay, who really sees an uptick in opportunity with him being out for 6 weeks? Like, watching practice and thinking, oh, this guy's getting the opportunity that Hoyt is leaving available. Like, Hoyt does things, or he at least has a versatility that nobody else on the defense has. Right, he's the chess piece, isn't he?
Yeah.
So Javon Solomon's not lining up at nickel corner, I don't think, on a given snap, and then going to defensive tackle on the next snap. That might be next though. Training camp week for the Bills. On Wednesday is the first practice. They signed TJ Sanders, rookie defensive tackle, second-round pick, to his rookie contract over the weekend. $10.0 million of the $10.6 million is guaranteed, 95%. That was the earliest selected second-round pick to not get a 100% fully guaranteed deal. The 7 who had signed before Sanders all got 100%. First practice, again, is on Wednesday. Scotty Scheffler wins the Open Championship by 4 strokes. No one really ever got that close. It's his 4th major of his career. Now on to the rest of the PGA season and then the Ryder Cup in a couple of months. Back to football, Micah Parsons will report to training camp in Dallas despite not having a long-term deal in place. Seattle releases tight end Noah Fant. Frees up like $8 million for them. He is still only 27 years old and expected to land with a team soon. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Scotty Scheffler has his Open Championship and the 3rd leg of golf's Grand Slam.
So maybe you saw this one, maybe you didn't. Stat of the day for you. It took Tiger Woods 1,197 days from his first major to win his 4th major. 1,197 days. Scotty Scheffler, first major to 4th major, 1,197 days. Exact same stretch of winning. The main difference, of course, is that Tiger Woods,
Younger.
yes, he was 21, and Scotty is 26. By the time Tiger...
When he won his first? Because Scheffler right now, I think, is 29.
Right, when they
won their first
major,
okay,
Tiger
gotcha.
21, Scheffler 26. By 26, Tiger had 8 majors. Well, twice as many. However...
Scheffler didn't make a cut in a major until he was 24 years old.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a number of stats on like how Scheffler 4 years ago was a nobody.
We just said the DeChambeau quote. Like, he was in college, like he wasn't this good.
Yep. So anyway, at one point he led by 8 in this tournament. He did not win by 8, but yeah. The stat I saw on 8, this is one of your guys. The last player to win by more than 8 was young Tom Morris back in 1870.
Young Tom Morris.
Young Tom Morris.
When golf was golf. Let's go. Wood clubs. Right?
Young Tom Morris. So anyway, congratulations to Scotty Scheffler, who continues to basically say, yeah, all right, cool. Great.
Yeah, he's not the best personality for winning this much, but he's fine.
It depends, because he's just the guy that wants to play golf and hang out with his family. And
right.
I saw Bryson ask about that. Hey, if Scotty wanted to, could he be a YouTube star like you? And Bryson's like, yeah, he just kind of likes his family. He doesn't want to do all that stuff. Bryson is, of course, hours and hours and hours of stuff, and they're just very different. So good for him.
Very. If DeChambeau won the way Scheffler does, I think it would be the sport would be bigger. Sport's pretty big. It just, I don't know, it would feel bigger. It would feel bigger if DeChambeau was doing it.
Yeah.
Because of that. Because Scheffler is like, he kind of gives off that like it's not the most important thing in his life, which is respect to him for that. But, how does DeChambeau come off? DeChambeau comes off as he is obsessed with it. And that depends what kind of guy you like. I end up leaning towards more of those type of guys. That like they can't sleep if they can't, win that tournament.
Yeah.
More than like Schauffele this weekend saying he doesn't know where his gold medal is. Very different, I think. Much more chill, laid back.
Yep.
I also don't want guys slamming clubs, which, by the way, I think we saw more of that this golf season than ever before. Sergio broke his driver in half.
Saw that.
This weekend. Lowry, again, I saw Shane Lowry got caught on a hot mic saying, quote, bleep this place at 3 of the 4 majors this season. Like, constantly that guy was mad all year long.
That's stat of the day.
Yeah.
I bet he did not say it at Augusta, right?
I think Augusta.
I feel like if you said that at Augusta, they would not ask you back.
Banned.
You are not coming. You are not coming back.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, at this place, there's a mural of him on a wall.
Who, Lowry?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
There's a building with a mural of Lowry holding the trophy.
Listen, you can't say that if he did say it this weekend. If your mural's on the wall, because he won there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't be out there cursing out the golf course when you've won a major there.
That's tough.
And your face is up on the wall. That's tough.
803-0550 to join us. Sal joins us at 7 o'clock. He's got a new piece up on our website we'll talk to him about. One storyline for each offensive position at Bill's training camp, and he'll do another series on the defensive positions. But like the storyline at quarterback, the storyline at receiver, at running back, at offensive line, tight end specialists. Quarterback, we just kind of went through the receivers a little bit, but something to watch for quarterback that Trubisky, if he were to leave, would cost the Bills $1.7 million in dead cap, but would save a little bit more than Mike White. If Mike White won the job, the Bills save $400,000 on the cap, which that doesn't seem like enough to factor in there. Trubisky has been tight with Allen, right? It's his second stint here. He was here, left, and has since come back. So he's got a familiarity with the quarterback. That probably matters quite a bit. So he's got that about quarterback. At running back, James Cook, what level of involvement is there for him? One thing I started to wonder about Cook for the season is, will the Bills use October, November to have ourselves a Ray Davis game? Like where, it just so happened that Davis got 16 carries instead of the usual number that he normally gets. And I don't mean an injury. I mean the Bills kind of trying out, what would this offense look like if Ray Davis were the feature back? You're not going to go to that, but just the idea that we have 4 games worth where he got more carries than Cook, just to see what that looked like. You wonder if they might try that on.
Would Cook almost? Would they be worried about how Cook would take that if it was almost too obvious?
And what's he going to do? It's October,
really
it's midseason. He might be upset about not getting the ball.
Right, he's not going to hold out in the middle of the season.
Yeah.
And
again, it might not be overt. It just might be he gets 2 consecutive drives in a row, or he gets the first. Thinking back to when Singletary and Gore were here, and Singletary's a rookie, and he starts the season with the first 16 snaps against the Jets, or just
maybe more like Davis, like they put him out there for a couple of plays and they both go really well, and they're just like, we're gonna keep rolling with this until it stops working.
Yeah.
And then that ends up being a couple of drives in a row. Like, stick with him while he's hot. Whereas now Cook might go back in no matter what. I mean, Cook really, he's not really the body type for this, and the Bills have the playoffs to worry about, which is why I think you wouldn't do this. But isn't there a reputation of teams sometimes where they go into the final year of a deal with a running back and they just use the you-know-what out of him? Like, all right, we're probably not bringing this guy back, so let's use him up. Let's use all the carries. But, like, again, for the Bills,
it's different.
That doesn't make any sense because you do that with Cook in October. Why? Because you're going to use him up by January, especially with his frame, when you're going to give him 300, 400 carries. And now Davis has to play in your playoff games. Like, I don't think they're going to want to do that.
No, you could do it in the name of load management. Call it that. Hey, we want to keep him fresh. Want to make sure we get to that spot in the playoffs, and he's ready to go. It'd be interesting to see how they play that out. I expect Cook to, just kind of be there and be a part of the team.
Like last year, Ray Davis last year had 113 carries. Would you go higher than that? It's not like that's nothing.
It's not nothing. No, maybe that goes up to 130, 140.
Sure, like a marginal increase at most.
An increase.
Because last year, what did Cook end up with last year? Cook ended up with, on the season, 207. 207 for Cook, 113 for Davis. Like, that being closer than that, there's not a lot of room there.
Right.
Like, if you go Cook down to, if you want to take 20 of Cook's carries away and give them to Davis, suddenly 187 to 130, like that's
1A, 1B.
It's closer to a committee.
It really is.
Even though it's only 20 carries. That's a game, right? That's a game's worth of carries that you're giving to Davis. I'm not against that at all, but, I mean, Davis is the one that you know for sure is here next season, and Cook, you don't know that.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. So we'll get to some of those stories with Sal coming up at 7 o'clock. The Eagles got their Super Bowl rings.
Yeah.
And they are interesting.
There were 2 Lombardi trophies on there.
They've won 2 Lombardi trophies?
That's fine, even though a lot of players that would be getting those rings weren't there for the first one.
That is a standard practice.
That's standard? Okay.
Yes. The Chiefs ring has 3. There's I'm trying to think, most recently, was it not the Steelers, who would have won their 6th Super Bowls of franchise? The Patriots.
I was going to say Tampa won their 2nd.
Okay. I think that's normal for the franchise to show how many it has won over the years.
Okay.
The Eagles have on the inside of the ring a Brazilian flag because they opened the season in Brazil. Mm-hmm. It is kind of funny how these rings turn into space stations to wear on your finger. And every single thing about a ring like this means something. For instance, the Eagles, 40 points of diamonds in World Champions. Why? Because they scored 40 points in the Super Bowl. So there you go. That's why there's 40 points of diamonds. There's 0.9 carats on the wings. There are wings that pop out. You press a button.
Right, it's a transformer.
Yes, right. 0.9 carats on those wings. What's the 0.9 represent? You throw out anything in the world. Someone's shoe size is a guess here. 6 sacks and 3 takeaways in the Super Bowl. That's the 0.9 carats. 5 diamonds on the button to open the wings. That represents 5 players that scored in the Super Bowl. Like, all right.
Every microscopic inch of the ring means something.
18 green stones for the Eagles, 18 victories on the season.
Okay. How many wins you had? That one's a little more. How many players scored a touchdown is worse.
It's tough. 10 points of diamonds in the Super Bowl 59 logo because they had a 10-game win streak. And 10 points. Okay. Yeah, right.
Okay.
1 carat of marquise-shaped diamonds for the Eagles' number 1 ranked defense.
Okay.
Do they have to put what way? Number 1? How they were ranked number 1? Is it DVOA?
DVOA.
Is it point differential? Total yards? I'm gonna need to know in which way you were the number 1 defense to put that on your ring. Mm-hmm. So anyway,
I think is the wings make it look too cheesy
that they
like
pop
a little
out?
bit like a little kid's ring almost. Where like who's ever gonna wear that with the wings out? Right. Could you imagine? Like this is my Super Bowl ring. And the wings, like just I can't imagine ever wanting to show that to somebody.
Yeah, you don't want to get those wings caught on something as you're walking through. Walk by a curtain and then whoof,
Right.
there goes the one of the wings.
Also, what happens if the little arms on the wings break?
Right. That seems bad.
More breakability. I don't like the wings. I don't like the wings part of it. It wasn't needed. Wasn't necessary. The wings don't pop out on the helmet.
No, that's right. They don't. Should
That
they?
would be ridiculous.
Should they?
No. They should definitely not do that.
I do have written down as a funny idea
What the Bills ring would look like?
if the Eagles' new ring has a pair of wings that pop out, then the Bills' future Super Bowl ring has to include blank.
A little table that breaks in half when you hit
That's
the
what
button.
I'm talking about, right?
Yeah. Little mini table, you hit the button and it breaks in half.
I would go with the top of it pops off, and you could actually put chicken wing dip inside of it.
Oh,
It's like
inside
a
the
small
ring.
little. Yeah, look, my ring. It's big enough.
Until you close it and forget that it's in there, and what does that smell?
You have to wash it
It's
off.
the ring.
Yeah,
It's
look
like
at-
those cards that play music when you open them, and it
Yeah.
plays Mr. Brightside.
There you go.
Or the shout song.
The shout song. Yeah, you pop the top of it, and it plays the shout song. There are no bad answers here.
Little Josh Allen pops up and jumps over a little little whoever that he jumped over in the Super Bowl.
17 for the number of the quarterback. 25.
That's the thing. The numbers. are gonna be-
25 diamonds for the 25-yard scamper from James Cook in the third quarter. Who knows?
27.3 diamonds for the 27 points per game that the Bills averaged in the playoffs.
Let's get it, right? 803-0550, our phone number. Sal, coming up top of the hour. Camp week is upon us. Around the NFL stuff, we'll get some news and notes to you, and all that good stuff as we get ready to drive off to St. John Fisher for Wednesday's first practice, just when the heat will arrive. It's going to be beautiful today. Enjoy it today out there, and get strapped in, get ready for training camp. Starts Wednesday here on WGR. Having a conversation about I guess it was best case scenarios for individual players. I opened up at the 7 o'clock hour with a James Cook scenario we talked about, and then Josh brought up an idea about Elijah Moore. What if he has a huge year and the Bills extend him? And for me, that's interesting conversation. What does a great year even look like for an Elijah Moore, right? There's a great year for Elijah Moore, and then there's a objectively great year for a receiver.
Sure.
And, this offense, the way that it's kind of designed, the way that it kind of runs with all these pieces, all this everybody eats stuff, you might not have an avenue to have a objectively great season, like 1,500 yards. But Moore could definitely find a spot.
Yeah, I was going to say those are two completely different things. Just a really good wide receiver season and what Moore could realistically do within this offense. I actually, about a month or two ago, did a projection for best case scenario for Elijah Moore. And I didn't just throw out random numbers. I took how much better Stephon Diggs, Cole Beasley, and John Brown got with Josh Allen, almost the Josh Allen multiplier. Going from Elijah Moore's best season, if you plug in those numbers to how much better Diggs, Beasley, and Brown got here in Buffalo, it's 63 catches, 750-ish yards, and 2 touchdowns.
For Moore?
For Moore. And that's based off his best season and I think it's a little over 100 targets. I heard you on the way in. Are there even 100 targets or 115 targets for Moore to get within this offense? Probably not. So I think any Bills fan, I think McDermott, I think Josh Allen would love 65 catches for 750 yards and 2 scores from Elijah Moore that they added post-draft. And I think that probably equates at most to a contract around $10 million. So I think sticking with the everybody eats mantra, if we're thinking, how they like to spread the football around, they also will then like to spread the money around. You would have Shakir at $13 million in this hypothetical, Elijah Moore at $10 million. There's $23 million for 2 guys instead of paying $30 million for one.
I got into conversation about the Bills roster over the weekend, and it got to be about one position that's interesting. Like, this is the time where people get their final 53-man roster predictions, like who's going to be the final 53, or maybe we should call it the first 53. Who's going to be on the first 53-man roster? And how many different spots are controversial, or how many different spots are really up for grabs? And you kind of get to about 3 really interesting position battles. Safety, right? Cole Bishop. And then corner 2, Max Hairston. And after that, I guess I'm working at which receiver is the 4th guy. Elijah Moore, Curtis Samuel.
Yep.
And am I at backup quarterback?
Backup quarterback's going to be on the list.
What is there besides that? There's how do they handle the 2 suspensions, right? Michael Hoyt and Larry Ogunjobi. That I think that actually almost lines up to be a good problem to have, because don't they have an extended tryout period / runway for 2 players on their defense?
Yes.
So you're a team that might have a little bit of wiggle room because you are consistently an excellent team. So now Deion Walker and Javon Solomon, you get an extended runway for them until those 2 players come back. And it might not be those 2 specifically, but just for Hoyt and Ogunjobi, they joined the team basically in week 7.
Right, because Hoyt is such a unique player that I almost would have a tough time figuring out, like, okay, who really sees an uptick in opportunity with him being out for 6 weeks? Like, watching practice and thinking, oh, this guy's getting the opportunity that Hoyt is leaving available. Like, Hoyt does things, or he at least has a versatility that nobody else on the defense has, right? He's the chess piece, isn't he?
Yeah.
So Javon Solomon's not lining up at nickel corner, I don't think, on a given snap, and then going to defensive tackle on the next snap. That might be next, though.
Sal, coming up in a minute. NFL season getting closer. Training camp opens Wednesday. It's going to be hot. That's your, I guess, kind of like your headlines there.
The Sabres dropped the new embedded.
Yes, I saw
yesterday.
The teaser. I've been waiting to watch it.
The thing I noticed the most from it is they are obsessed with size and toughness right now, and
that's traditionally gone really well.
Yeah, and the other is that Jarmo Kekalainen has a pretty big part in it. Like, not even like on purpose, just seemed like whenever someone was talking, like every third time, it seemed like it was him in that room. Like, it was usually Adams or it was Jerry Fortin because it was a draft-specific one, or there was a lot of Jarmo in there.
The thing I saw from the weekend was Chris Johnston talking on his podcast or some podcast, and the story being that the league is worried about the Sabres.
It's bad for the league at a league level, something along those lines.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's not good for the league for a team to struggle for this long. And like the league is monitoring it. What was the exact quote here? The discussions at the league level about how they're worried.
Yeah.
That's not a thing you often get. That doesn't happen a lot.
The Sabres' yearly struggles are a, quote, concern at the league level. It's not good for the league as a whole, is at least the tweet I saw. I don't know how much you expanded on that. What can you do?
I mean,
What can you do?
What do you?
A phone call, right? Like that's the most you could do. Bettman can give the Sabres a phone call and be like, "What? Get your what together."
What would the concern be? What would they say? Well, I mean, we're concerned you're not doing well. If I'm coming at him, some half kidding, I'd say, I mean, if you want to give us a lottery win, that might help. We've had a couple of those though. What?
No, it would be a call to ownership about resources and whatnot, wouldn't it? Like, like your job in the league is to keep this thing afloat. And if one of our 32 entities is, sinking and the season ticket base is gone and the crowd sizes are shrinking, then like we got to do something here. They did, like, this wouldn't be the first time. Bettman and Bill Daly flew to Winnipeg, I think it was last year, to like meet with ownership, like what is happening with your tickets? Why and they're good. That's even worse.
Well, that's the concern. You guys are good, and you're having trouble,
and you can't sell out.
What's going on here?
Right.
Whereas
That's
the Sabres
there's no mystery.
No, that's right. There's no mystery.
They're just bad. So that would be the biggest difference. But that is evidence that they will. To what in extent get involved, I don't know, but they will get involved if they have to.
803-0550. Maybe there's a big trade right around the corner. Jeremy and Joe, Sal, back from Italy, back on the beat. Bills will be at training camp on Wednesday, and he'll be there. So will we. We'll talk to Sal about his latest piece up on our website, WGR550.com, little camp preview as the heat sets in and camp gets rolling on the 2025 campaign. Stay tuned. It's coming up here on WGR. I got into a conversation with the Bills roster over the weekend, and, it got to be about one position that's interesting. Like, this is the time where people get their final 53-man roster predictions, like who's going to be the final 53, or maybe we should call it the first 53. Who's going to be on the first 53-man roster? And, how many different spots are controversial, or how many different spots are really up for grabs? And you kind of get to about 3 really interesting position battles. Safety, right? Cole Bishop. And then corner 2, Max Hairston. And after that, I guess I'm working at which receiver is the 4th guy. Elijah Moore, Curtis Samuel.
Yep.
And am I at backup quarterback?
Backup quarterback's going to be on the list.
What is there besides that? There's how do they handle the 2 suspensions, right? Michael Hoyt and Larry Ogunjobi. That I think that actually almost lines up to be a good problem to have, because don't they have an extended tryout period / runway for 2 players on their defense?
Yes.
So you're a team that might have a little bit of wiggle room because you are consistently an excellent team. So now Deion Walker and Javon Solomon, you get an extended runway for them until those 2 players come back. And it might not be those 2 specifically, but just for Hoyt and Ogunjobi, they joined the team basically in week 7.
Right, because Hoyt is such a unique player that I almost would have a tough time figuring out, like, okay, who really sees an uptick in opportunity with him being out for 6 weeks? Like, watching practice and thinking, oh, this guy's getting the opportunity that Hoyt is leaving available. Like, Hoyt does things, or he at least has a versatility that nobody else on the defense has, right? He's the chess piece, isn't he?
Yeah.
So Javon Solomon's not lining up at nickel corner, I don't think, on a given snap, and then going to defensive tackle on the next snap. That might be next, though.
Good morning. Happy Camp Week. Jeremy and Joe. And eager to get there. Eager to get to training camp at St. John Fisher. Are they already having production meetings about Hard Knocks? Don't forget, of course, we are getting to our Hard Knocks era of our lives, which will be very exciting.
And that doesn't debut until, I believe, it's August 5th.
Yeah, that's right.
So you still have a little bit of time to go before that. But, yeah, they'll be there filming. I assume we'll notice the film crew.
Yeah, I think so.
Like, I know they have cameras set up, like, when they're in the facilities and whatnot, that I'm sure they don't notice. But on the practice field, like cameras all around, HBO, like I would expect their presence to be felt at least a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm really glad to have them this year. Like, I've never seen the Bills on Hard Knocks because they've never been on Hard Knocks. And training camp's great, and I'm getting a lot of questions from friends and family, whoever, like, what are you looking for? Like, what are you pumped up about in training camp? And it's like, all right, like, there's a couple of things, but I'm ready for Hard Knocks to kind of, multiply all of that by 100 this year by getting to see more access or like real stuff than maybe you would see otherwise.
Yeah, we don't quite know what it will deliver from us. I mean, other teams that have been through this, what do you get? Mm-hmm. You get the trip to the ice cream shop. You're definitely going to get that. You're going to get the turkey burgers featured probably, aren't you? Yeah, sure. You're going to get lots
St. John
of stuff
Fisher
like that.
turkey burgers.
And you're going to get positional battles, and you're going to get, players showing you a little bit of the spice of their life. Or maybe McDermott. Listen, here's one way to – I always wonder about this. Does Hard Knocks submit a list of, these are things we're thinking about looking into? And do the Bills submit any sort of, oh, that'd be great. And who's really interesting is this player or this player.
It is camp week. The Bills' first practice is coming your way on Wednesday at St. John Fisher. The Bills over the weekend signing rookie defensive tackle T.J. Sanders to his contract. Sanders gets $10.0 million of the $10.6 million guaranteed. That is 95%. Although Sanders was the earliest selected second-round pick not to get a 100% fully guaranteed contract. The 7 who had signed in front of him all did. Landon Jackson, speaking with Trainwreck Sports over the weekend, said that he should be good to go very early on in camp. He's on the PUP list, but seems like a very minor injury. Coverage of Bills training camp, St. John Fisher, is brought to you by Fiegelcar and Joyce, your border attorneys, by Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? And by Upstate Honda Dealers. For great deals, visit your local Honda dealer today. The Chiefs signed defensive end George Karlaftis to a long-term extension, $93 million total for him. Seahawks released tight end Noah Fant Starting tight end, 27 years old, is now available. And Micah Parsons will report to training camp in Dallas, despite no long-term extension in place for him. Scotty Scheffler wins the Open Championship by 4 strokes. No one ever got that close. It is Scheffler's 4th major of his career. Only the U.S. Open left for Scheffler to hit the career Grand Slam. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Welcome to camp week. Practices get started on Wednesday. We'll talk to Sal Capaccio, who has a new piece up on our website, WGR550.com, little camp preview piece. And we'll also welcome him back to the airwaves and to the United States after a Italy excursion. Sal, welcome back.
It was great. Thank you. It's great to be home. That's 10 days, I guess, total when you figure in the travel. It's quite a while to be away. And, I was trying to keep an eye on things back here, 6 hours ahead. But it was amazing. The people that joined in who heard the promotional ads going on, months ago on WGR to, come to Italy with me, we had about 20 people. And they were big, Western New Yorkers, Bills fans from all over. And we're talking from Orlando to New York City to Syracuse. And then we were part of a bigger group. We kind of combined. There were 44 people, ironically, Jeremy.
Nice.
And incredibly, a woman was there with her 2 daughters, and both daughters had recently both graduated from Syracuse. So it was kind of crazy there, too. Awesome. Saw a lot of places. Went to 7 Italy cities in 10 days. I'd never been to Venice. I'd never been to Lake Como. We did those. I'd never been to Florence. And maybe the wildest part of the trip was walking in Florence, walking down the street, and a few people had, Bills shirts on and logos and gear. And a guy randomly stops us and says, "Hey, go Bills." And it's like, "Oh, wow, you from Buffalo?" And he says, "Actually, I'm one of the new minority owners." And his name is Mike Jew. And he happened to be in Florence and happened to just be walking where we were and noticed somebody wearing a Bill shirt.
Did you immediately check the phone? Like, is this person legit? Or,
Yeah.
Anybody could
There's
just
so many of them too.
In Italy, I might just go tell people I'm a minority owner of the Bills. So you looked into it and you found it was legit.
I found it was legit. Yeah, for sure. He definitely is, and it was great. It was really cool. And he said, he'll maybe be at training camp or whatever. We kind of just talked for a little while, but very cool experience. Everything else was great, and. Yeah, we had a really, really great time. The world is very small, too, as we all know. And one of the also wildest things that happened, I'll share real quick, is the first night we were there when I stood up and kind of said to everybody, "Hey, thanks for coming. Glad all of you kind of joined in. We have some other people here, too, that obviously were a big part of this group." And right after that, a woman walks up to me, and she says, "So you work at WGR in Buffalo? Do you know Alan Davis?" And that is our boss, of course. And I said, "Of course, that's my boss." And she said, "I am his wife's best friend since 4th grade." And they are, and her name is Peggy. Peggy's wife's name is Ted, and they are both, get this, very big supporters of the 11-day power play from out in Iowa where they live.
Nice.
How crazy is that? They weren't even part of our group.
Yeah. And so you've also been in contact with Bills backers bars out in Italy before, right?
I have. I actually visited the Bills backers bar in Milan. I was in contact with some of the Bills backers out there for this trip. We just couldn't make it work. They said Florence or Lake Como would have been the best spot. But, every day we were kind of in and out of cities for a day and a half. So it kind of didn't work out this time. But I have been, and I have seen it, yeah. And Bills backers bars are kind of everywhere. And I did see randomly people, just walking. It wasn't like they were right next to me, but you could see someone up ahead, a woman. Where were we? I think we were in Venice, and a girl walked by us. She was wearing a Josh Allen jersey. I had no idea who she was. She wasn't part of our group, nothing like that. So maybe she's from the United States, maybe not. I don't know, but we saw some of that too.
It's crazy. I mean, when I was in Ireland last year, Sal, there were the 4 of us that went were taking a picture with a Bills flag in front of the Cliffs of Moher, and just from people that were there walking by, I think we ended up taking a picture with 9 people because they were just walking by from Buffalo. What ended up being your favorite city?
You know, I'm a big fan of Rome because I'm a real big history buff, right? So I just love thinking about, boy, standing right here, what happened here 2,000 years ago. You know, you think things. I always say my house was built in 1901 here in Buffalo. That's old in Buffalo. Yeah, that's 100 and plus year, 125 years old. These places we were are 2,000 plus years old, right? I mean, you think about how old these things are. And then Florence was amazing, absolutely gorgeous and beautiful. But there were so many of them really enjoyed. We walked into the Assisi, the little town of Assisi. It's more of like a religious town. And the woman said, yeah, that wall you just walked past dates back to 300 years before Christ. I'm like, are you kidding me, right? You think about things like that. So that was it. Got a text the day we were in Rome, got a text that night. It was from our buddy Joe Licata, who, we all know, quarterback here in Western New York. He said, guess where I am right now? He saw I was in the Coliseum. He was also at the Coliseum the same day. We didn't see each other.
Amazing.
But how about that? Joe was on his honeymoon in Italy.
Right. Very nice. Very nice. And the food?
I mean, what else can you say? And I will tell you guys, you know me, I always say, like, I like my red wine when I go out, and I think I had more red wine than I've had in my life over a week time period, but it sits different. It just sits different. It really does. It's just so nice and good. And the Italian food, obviously great. I'll tell you, I didn't realize this. I came home and I'm like, oh my God, like I feel like I probably ate so much. I'm going to be really heavy. You know, when you feel bloated like that, I get on the scale at home and I actually had lost weight. And people told me, oh no, that's because of the way they make the food there. Like you just don't gain weight like you would here because of what we put in our foods compared to what they do or don't, which was kind of interesting to me, but the food was amazing, obviously.
I also learned going over there that chicken parm in Italy is not a thing. Like, doesn't exist. It's American.
Yeah. I guess I didn't really
Little bit.
see a lot of that or think about that. There's, as you guys know, there's a gelato shop on every corner. And
yes, holy cow.
A lot of gelato eating going on over there.
Sal joining us. So back, ready, refreshed, and ready to tackle the heat of St. John Fisher. The forecast this week, Sal, it's going to be warm when we get out there.
Yeah, I'm going to have Pat Hammer on the Extra Point Show tomorrow, and we'll talk with him a little bit about what to expect if you're coming out to camp the rest of this week and the next week. And yeah, I know that these are the days that this happens out at St. John Fisher. It's going to be in the 90s, I think, maybe once or twice as we get on out there. So, the players, they're going to be out on the field at 9:15, really is when we hear from Brandon Beane and Sean McDermott, and then coaches on every day. And then, by the time they get on the field at 9:45, so it's not the peak of the heat, but by the time they end practice, it will be. And, it's just going to be one of the smaller stories because there's a lot of them, obviously headed into camp this year.
So you have a piece up at our website at WGR550.com, a storyline for each position group. And we'll get through some of it. You're also going to post the defensive side of the ball tomorrow as we preview camp.
Yeah.
Let's start at quarterback because the Bills will have a honest-to-goodness competition at the backup quarterback spot. And how often has that really been the case, Sal? And how many reps will there be to see who the right guy is? I mean, this preseason could determine if it's Mike White or if it's Mitch Trubisky.
Yeah, I would give the pretty good lean right now to Mitch Trubisky, but I do think that there's an opening for Mike White here, guys. And, yeah, honest to goodness, as you say, competition, I think that's got to unfold in the preseason. I think Mitch Trubisky is the backup, but if Mike White can show in the preseason that he can outplay him and play better than him, look, I think there's a scenario where Mike White could wind up winning that job. I don't want to totally discount Shane Buechele. The Bills really like Shane Buechele. I just don't see him factoring in here at the end of the day, but they do really like him. Now, if the Bills did release Trubisky, it would cost them $1.7 million in dead money. That's not something you really want to do. But it also would save them $400,000 more than it would save by releasing Mike White. So if you're talking financially, you could see a way that could wind up happening. We'll see about the reps. I think that's what you're going to see is preseason games will tell us a little bit. And A, I'm guessing it'll be Trubisky to start that, when he's the main guy. But B, I do wonder if Mike White starts to eat into it just to see if they figure out, what, maybe we have to think about that.
Sal Capaccio with us on the Wester Hotline. Sal, is James Cook a story really still going into training camp? Do you think at least going into maybe the first day, and then if he's on the field practicing, then it kind of gets, it'll die down as a story at least?
Yeah, I think as of right now, it's the biggest storyline of camp, Joe, but you're right. I mean, it could really change once we're there on Wednesday for a lot of reasons. Is it he's there and he says, hey, I'm practicing. I got 1 year left on my deal. All right, let's roll. I mean, that happens every year, guys, going into the last year of their contract. So then there's no big deal. If he makes some noise about it, if he says, I really want to get something done and I don't know what's going to happen here, and, anything that kind of is noteworthy, especially because Hard Knocks is there, right? I think that becomes a little bit more of the story. Hard Knocks focusing on this and, what we're going to see from that. Obviously, there could be some extension. I don't think that's going to happen at this point, but you never know. Been surprised before, so maybe that's a story. But you're right, Joe. I think that, when we get to camp on Wednesday and James Cook is there, that's the number one thing. Is he there? If he is, what is he doing? Is he participating in every drill? Is it a hold-in situation? Assuming it's not, assuming he's there, he participates in every drill, I think that it kind of dies down slowly and goes away. But there's a chance here for this to get to be a bigger story depending on all that.
What about for Davis? Because Ray Davis is seen as the guy, like if Cook were ever to not be on the field because of injury or whatever, he steps up. And he also, I don't know, is there curiosity to see if he can be a starting caliber running back for the Bills past this season? But also, Sal, I don't know where, if I'm watching him in training camp or during the season, where's the growth for him? Is it speed? Is there something else that you would need to see him get better at to kind of, take on a role like that? Because age-wise, he's the same age as James Cook. He's not a young developmental player that they picked. I mean, he could get better, but this isn't like a 4-year, 3-year process of watching him get better. He'll be 28 by then.
Yeah, but he does have 3 years left on his deal. Obviously, that would be something you could look at and say, sure, age-wise. And I agree with you, Joey. You're talking about a guy that after one contract, you're like, okay, is he too old to resign, right? And as a running back. So it's a good question. I think that, his just an overall game of getting the ball more touches, being able to handle all that, everything that goes along with it. We've seen James Cook be able to do that in his growth and maturity as a football player over the last few years. So maybe that's what it is. I don't think the Bills, think to themselves, well, let's just see if Ray Davis can be a starting running back. I think that's got to play out organically and naturally. If James Cook isn't available, then Ray Davis becomes kind of your main guy there, and then we're going to find out if that's the case. But I think for the Bills' purposes right now, James Cook is the number one running back. They have no intention of not having James Cook the number one running back, but that's going to be kind of up to James Cook depending on his contract situation and how all this gets handled.
Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline. Sal, to the receivers, do you have a feel for how this will go? And will there be a numbers crunch based on special teams? That, to me, is really the biggest question at receiver. We know Shakir, Coleman, Palmer are as safe as probably could be. You get down to Curtis Samuel, Elijah Moore, Tyrell Shavers, Jalen Virgil. Can anybody make this team because of special teams? Is Laviska Shenault in that mix? How do you see the bottom couple receivers playing out, and what number is there to make the roster?
So the storyline that I wrote for the one storyline at each position heading into camp for wide receiver is how do Elijah Moore and Joshua Palmer fit in and what are their reps? And I would say that, Palmer is on the team. They gave him a nice contract. He's on the team. They targeted him in free agency. He's there. I think Elijah Moore's on the team. I think based on the fact that they gave him a little bit of money, not extraordinary, but also he has a skill set that they really kind of lack and need. They signed him right after the draft and brought him in, and he looked good in OTAs and minicamp. So there's a story right there of let's watch and see this play out. Is it 100% locked that Elijah Moore is on this team? I would say no, not at this point. I think he is. Well, that gets you to 5 because I don't envision Curtis Samuel not being around. I think that considering the money they gave him, what it would cost to move on, and the fact that towards the end of the year, he really did step up and they started to use him the way that I think they really wanted to all year. It just didn't envision. That's 5 right there because we obviously know that Khalil Shakir and Keon Coleman are on the team. I think you have to really stretch to get to 6. I don't see Laviska Shenault making it. He'd have to really impress. Not only his main job is going to be kick returner. There's only going to be maybe a small chance to even have a ability to make it there because you're going to have probably, I think, Brandon Codrington and then either Ray Davis or Ty Johnson can do it. He'd have to really show that he can contribute as a wide receiver, but maybe he'll get that chance. And then Tyrell Shavers is the other guy, and he's just kind of that bubble guy. I mean, is there a spot for him? I don't know. I don't know if he's a good enough special teams player to justify that. You could keep other guys around the roster for being gunners or being guys on kickoff teams or things like that. You have linebackers, you have DBs, guys like that. So I think it's 5 at the end of the day. But to your question, Jeremy, I will say this is a Brandon Codrington question too, right? And Brandon Codrington's not a wide receiver. Brandon Codrington is a cornerback. I am higher on him making the team than a lot of other people seem to be, because I just think that the way the Bills operated last year, they showed, and I know that we're not talking receiver here, but it affects the numbers. I think the Bills showed last year, like, hey, they went out and got this guy. They traded for him. He was their main guy all year. I know people could say they didn't trust him, quote unquote, at the end of the year in the playoffs. Well, look, he was dealing with an injury, and practicing and getting ready and ramping up and game plan, all those things matter Monday through Saturday as you're getting for a Sunday playoff team. So I think all of that factored in. I just think he's on the team, and I think that takes away a spot that you might potentially give to a wide receiver when you think about those numbers as well.
That would be my question to anybody that thinks Codrington would maybe not make the team is, one, like, was there anything you didn't like from him during the regular season when he played? And two, if he doesn't get hurt, do we think he's not playing in those playoff games? Like, I wonder, Sal, if part of what happened there was maybe less lack of trust, and two, they just, end of the season, Shakir did it, and it looked really good. Shakir, I think, had a big return when he did it the first time, and it was, okay, at this point now we can just save a roster spot. But going into this year, they're not going to want Shakir doing that, I don't think, game in and game out.
I mean, they just paid he's their number one receiver, basically. They paid him $58 million. They're not going to do that. I can't see it. He's not going to be your number one, punt return. He'll be like Micah Hyde was. Break glass in case of emergency, put a guy back there. And I think that's kind of what he was in the playoffs, but he had an ability to return the ball like Hyde did as well. But it's about decision-making, right? And look, it is the playoffs. It is the weather, the wind, all that kind of stuff. And Brandon Codrington coming off an injury. The other question to ask yourself, Joe, is if it's not Codrington, who is it? Because, like you said, I don't think it's going to be Shakir. I mean, is there a spot? Matt Bove and I did an Always Game Day in Buffalo podcast yesterday. I hope people can check it out. We had the same discussion, and Matt brought up, could Elijah Moore be that guy? And that's how you save a spot. Well, Elijah Moore has only 2 punt returns his entire NFL career, but he did do it at Ole Miss. He has like 25 or something like that. Like, it's not out of the question maybe something like that happens, which winds up impacting the wide receiver numbers. So that's going to be interesting how all of that shakes out.
Yeah. Real quick, on Samuel, too, Sal, I just look, he's returned kicks in his career, but he's not returned punts in the NFL also. The Bills right now are right up against the cap. Like, Spot Track, I know their numbers are not exact, because actually they have the Bills top 51 over the salary cap, is the only team in the league that is over the salary cap. And I think everyone kind of knows, like, they need to make a little bit of room, even if it's only a little bit. Samuel, they would clear $7 million by trading him, but they don't really get anything by cutting him. And they only got the 1 year, and he was hurt. So I guess really, what do they really want from Samuel? Like a 10-snap-a-game player at minimum? Like, I guess what role do you think he needs to carve out for himself for them to think it's worth keeping him around if he is the 4th or the 5th receiver?
I think it's the same role they envisioned for him coming in but never materialized, Joe, which is matchup guy that you could put around the field in different positions and different situations, right? You can put him outside, you can put him in the slot, you can line up in the backfield. We're going to match him up in certain down and distances where you say, okay, we know what you play personnel-wise as a defense on 2nd and 5. So we're going to put Curtis Samuel on the field to match up against that because we have a really good ability and opportunity here to get him the ball in space and get in his hands. And last year, they started forcing that at times, right, with some of those screens. I think because they wanted to see it happen, and he just wasn't quite healthy enough to be able to do a lot of the things they wanted to do. But what happened as the season kind of went on towards the end of the year, that Denver game, a really nice big play. I hate to revisit it, but, man, if he doesn't get tripped up against Kansas City, we might be talking about a different result in that game, right? I mean, that he started to really show that he could be that guy. So I think that's the role he's got to carve out, and then from there, his role starts to become even more as a pure wide receiver.
Sal Capaccio. Sal, the offensive line, it's tough to find a storyline, right? Like, they've got a lot of returning players, a lot of returning backups. So what is it that you watch there at the offensive line spot?
Jeremy, I think that's the storyline, right? Which is, I mean, honestly, can you guys have been saying this for 3-4 months? I'll ask you guys, can you ever remember a team bringing back all 10 of their main offensive linemen?
No, never. Yeah. Never.
I mean, that's what they're doing. They have not only every one of their 5 starters coming back, but every one of their main backups are coming back. There's nobody that's not coming back. And this is not a bad offensive line. It's a very, very, very good offensive line. I think one of the top offensive lines in the league, and with a really good offensive line coach in Aaron Kromer. So all you're doing is adding on a great offensive line, which set records last year for allowing fewest sacks, did a really great job to keep Josh Allen healthy. That communication piece is there. I think the only thing I'm looking for then is, can someone eat into one of those backup roles? No one's going to be taking over for a starter. I mean, unless you want to leave a little space for Alec Anderson to try and push David Edwards, because Alec Anderson doesn't have to be the sixth offensive lineman anymore because they now have Jackson Hawes. Maybe that allows that to happen. I still think he's more of the backup swing guy. He can do a lot of different things for you in a pinch. But how about Chase Lunt? I know that there's a lot of belief in that building. Chase Lunt can come in and compete right away. Like, he's a good athlete. He's a lot like I'm not going to compare him to Spencer Brown, right? But he's a lot like a bigger, athletic guy like a Spencer Brown. He's a lot like a Ryan Vandermark, who was a healthy scratch last year. Like, does he compete with those guys? Like, not Spencer, but like Ryan Vandermark, the backup guys. Does Richard Garage in his third year, who really started to come on last year in training camp? And so, to me, that's really the only storyline. And provided, knock on wood, they all stay healthy. I mean, the storyline is everybody's back and everybody's playing again.
Yeah, if I was really working, like, I could, but it's center. I was going to say, McGovern's in the last year of his contract, and, like, maybe you could watch for someone in training camp and preseason to be like, oh, maybe this guy could be, that could be Anderson even, I don't know, somebody that could be a future replacement for him. But you have to get to a point where you think the Bills don't bring McGovern back in the first place to even, I think, wonder about that.
Yeah, and I mean, Cedric Van Perrin Granger, right? Yeah. They did draft him last year. So, sure, Joe. I mean, I could get there. I think at this point, it's probably more likely he would get a contract extension than be released. But there's certainly something there to think about with him for both scenarios.
Yeah. Sal Capaccio. Sal, we'll see you out there on Wednesday for practice number 1. Rookies have reported. And while you were gone, Sal, you missed the whole drama about the second-round picks. It looks like that thing came and went. So the good news is TJ Sanders is under contract. Everything got taken care of.
Yeah, it is. And it's so funny you say you missed it. You're right, except the fact that, you better remember, guys, I was with like 20 Bills fans. I mean, everybody was asking about, is he going to be at camp? And then as soon as it happened, oh, hey, did you see this guy sign? Did you see that guy sign? So people were dialed in. So I was definitely trying to pay attention to what was going on back here. I did miss the swing off in the All-Star game.
Okay.
That I did not know until I woke up the next day and said, oh, this happened last night? Wow, that was really interesting. But, yes, it's good. Everybody's obviously signed, ready to go. And look, I think one of the things we'll be watching over the next 48 hours is the PUP list. We know Landon Jackson's on it right now because rookies reported last week to Orchard Park, to get their camp going a little bit and report for physicals and all that. You guys reported that Landon was at Mafia Con over the weekend, and Trainwreck Sports did an interview, and he said he should be fully go. But is there anybody else, veterans-wise, that gets on the PUP list? Sometimes there's surprises. Look what happened in New England. Mac Hollins shows up on the PUP list, right? I mean, there's just these things happen. Guys show up, they have an injury that happened, it occurred, and whatever. And then there's Joey Bosa. Oh, guys, we haven't seen Joey Bosa play yet.
Yeah.
I mean, he missed all of OTAs and minicamp. From all the things we heard, he'll be ready to rock and roll. But let's see, when we get out there, who's on the PUP list, who's not on the PUP list. Hopefully, nobody is, and everybody's out there, but obviously that's something to pay attention to.
Very good. Thanks, Sal. We'll talk tomorrow. We'll get to the defensive side of the ball tomorrow.
Yeah, you got it, guys. Thanks.
All right, Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline ahead of the start of Bills training camp, which things get started for first practice on Wednesday. When we return, Joe, I've been asking, complaining, campaigning, begging for something. And we kind of got it. At least that's what my Twitter mentions say. I've been tagged a bunch of times on asking and finally receiving. We'll get to that next. The thing I saw from the weekend was Chris Johnston talking on his podcast or some podcast, and the story being that the league is worried about the Sabres.
It's bad for the league at a league level, something along those lines.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's not good for the league for a team to struggle for this long. And the league is monitoring it. What was the exact quote here? The discussions at the league level about how they're worried.
Yeah.
That's not a thing you often get. That doesn't happen a lot.
The Sabres' yearly struggles are a, quote, concern at the league level. It's not good for the league as a whole, is at least the tweet I saw. I don't know how much you expanded on that. What can you do?
I mean,
what can you do?
What do you?
A phone call, right? Like, that's the most you could do. Bettman can give the Sabres a phone call and be like, "What? Get your you-know-what together."
What would the concern be? What would they say? Well, I mean, we're concerned you're not doing well. If I'm coming at him, some half kidding, I'd say, I mean, if you want to give us a lottery win, that might help. We've had a couple of those, though.
What? No, it would be a call to ownership about resources and whatnot, wouldn't it? Like, like your job in the league is to keep this thing afloat. And if one of our 32 entities is, sinking and the season ticket base is gone and the crowd sizes are shrinking, then like we got to do something here. They did, like, this wouldn't be the first time. Bettman and Bill Daly flew to Winnipeg, I think it was last year, to like meet with ownership, like what is happening with your tickets? Why and they're good. That's even worse.
Well, that's the concern. You guys are good, and you're having trouble,
and you can't sell out.
What's going on here?
Right.
Whereas the Sabres
there's no mystery.
No, that's right. There's no mystery.
They're just bad. So that would be the biggest difference. But that is evidence that they will, to what in extent get involved, I don't know, but they will get involved if they have to.
Good morning. Happy Camp Week. Jeremy and Joe. And eager to get there. Eager to get to training camp at St. John Fisher. Are they already having production meetings about Hard Knocks? Don't forget, of course, we are getting to our Hard Knocks era of our lives, which will be very exciting.
And that doesn't debut until, I believe, it's August 5th.
Yeah, that's right.
So you still have a little bit of time to go before that. But yeah, they'll be there filming. I assume we'll notice the film crew.
Yeah, I think so.
Like, I know they have cameras set up like when they're in the facilities and whatnot that I'm sure they don't notice. But on the practice field, like cameras all around HBO, like I would expect their presence to be felt at least a little bit.
Yeah,
I'm really glad to have them this year. Like, I've never seen the Bills on Hard Knocks because they've never been on Hard Knocks, and training camp's great, and I'm getting a lot of questions from friends and family who are like, what are you looking for? Like, what are you pumped up about in training camp? And it's like, all right, like, there's a couple of things, but I'm ready for Hard Knocks to kind of, multiply all of that by 100 this year by getting to see more access or like real stuff than maybe you would see otherwise.
Yeah, we don't quite know what it will deliver from us. I mean, other teams that have been through this, what do you get? You get the trip to the ice cream shop. You're definitely going to get that. You're going to get the turkey burgers featured probably, aren't you? Yeah, sure. You're going to get
the
lots
St. John
of stuff
Fisher
like that.
turkey burgers.
And you're going to get positional battles, and you're going to get, players showing you a little bit of the spice of their life. Or maybe McDermott. Listen, here's one way to... I always wonder about this. Does Hard Knocks submit a list of, these are things we're thinking about looking into? And do the Bills submit any sort of, oh, that'd be great. And you know who's really interesting is this player or this player.
Bills training camp begins on Wednesday, and their whole rookie class is now signed. TJ Sanders, second-round defensive tackle, signs his deal. $10 million of the $10.6 million is guaranteed. That's a 95% guaranteed contract. That is also, though, he's the earliest second-round pick that is signed not to get a 100% fully guaranteed contract. The 7 who have signed in front of him have all got that. First practice again for the Bills is on Wednesday. The Seahawks release starting tight end Noah Fant. Micah Parsons will report to training camp in Dallas despite no long-term extension. The Chiefs come to a long-term agreement with George Karlaftis, 4 years, $93 million for the defensive end. Scotty Scheffler wins the Open Championship by 4. It's his 4th career major, only has the U.S. Open to go for the career Grand Slam. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Snap is high. Von Schiller catches it. Heaving to the end zone. Down there is Rivera. It's caught. Finnegan. He caught it. Sean Finnegan, the touchdown.
You're seeing a lot of flag football highlights. I anticipate that happens more and more because the Olympics, right?
Mm-hmm.
A flag football is smaller than a regular football.
It appears so.
There was a crazy, sick, insane catch over the weekend. Maybe you saw that.
Yep.
Guy Moss's people. And hell of a catch. It is not a standard NFL football size, which is that not whatever. Hell of a catch.
Is that going to be their reasoning for claiming that like Allen and Lamar Jackson shouldn't play because they're not used to throwing a smaller football?
I don't know. It's a good question. But flag football highlights are hitting your feeds and such. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. We just talked to Sal. You can go back and listen to that if you need to. And we're getting ready for training camp. So I've had a couple people write to me like, look, we got one. We got what you've been looking for. Mm-hmm. The Bills at their website have posted a drone video of a drone flying through the new Highmark Stadium.
Yes.
Which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
And I've seen Matt Beauvais has gone through recently. He posted a couple videos, one from the roof. And this thing is, of course, taking shape. And the drone video that goes through, I mean, isn't it cool to watch these drones fly with the video no matter what? Like the guy's wearing a headset and just flying this thing through, and pretty impressive drone videos. Maybe you've seen them over the years in different spots. And this one's just going in and out through the locker room. One of the things about this drone video I'd like to say about the new Highmark is having toured it, we have toured it. Mm-hmm. I recognize some of the places, like that must be the one big giant staircase next to this club. And this room that it's flying in, that's the Bills' locker room. You wouldn't know it if you haven't been in there, but that's the Bills' locker room. Here's the charge bar, which is a big 100-yard or whatever, 100-foot bar.
Yeah.
So some of these places, if you're just watching this video the Bills post, it looks like a stadium that's still coming together. You kind of can't see all of what everything's going to be. Mm-hmm. But you still get to see a lot, and it looks pretty great. Huge, beautiful. The one thing I said, like, I've been complaining, Joe, and asking for a drone video for a while. This is great. The drone video I've been asking for is the one that has all the computer-generated people walking around and the charge bar and that big club and that locker room. So,
like seeing what it'll look like when it's 100% done.
Yeah,
which is,
and we don't necessarily we've not seen that or had that. I have my my Bill Stadium experience thing coming up this week to take a look at my seats.
And that does feature more of that.
More
of that than you've ever seen on social media or on the Bills site or anything like that.
Yes. The whole process has been a little bit like you've got to go, the exclusivity, the experience of. It's why they call it the stadium experience. You go to this thing, and you're going to get to see a big, beautiful version of the stadium, like a mock-up model, scale model, etc. So I've got that coming up this week, and I'm excited to see it. Very excited.
And the exterior starting to go on too.
Yep.
So
windows, glass, all that. Yeah.
Yep. Expecting that by the time the season starts, we're getting to a point where it's going to look vastly. That too, if you're not used to driving down by Orchard Park, maybe this will give you a better view of it. Like, oh, wow, look how close it is, the overhang being completed. Like, you can kind of visualize now what it looks like, even though you don't have the full, like, computer-generated part of it.
The other thing that video includes, if you watch it and it's a good, how many minutes? Like 3 minutes?
3 minutes.
Okay.
3.5 minutes.
Maybe after 2 minutes you say, all right, I get it, and you close the window and you stop watching it. At the very end, you start to see a little bit of, is it the rotunda? Or the front door of the stadium where people will walk in and the landscaping starting to take shape. That's something, giant buffaloes, art installation, the circle, the ring of honor, whatever.
Yep.
Those are elements of it that we've not really seen a lot of.
Right.
It's been a largely talked about point about the giant buffaloes and what they're going to be, but that's not been revealed. And that landscaping itself, I kind of had to pause the drone video to see, oh yeah, there's the people are going to walk here. Here's the circle. Here's some trees, all that kind of stuff. So that's a big part of it too.
Yeah.
There you go, your new stadium.
People are getting their tickets. I've talked to a lot of people that, like, in the last couple of weeks, like last month, are like, I just got my PSL, and I'm really excited to see how long until we start getting like the seats on the inside, and it starts to really look complete, because I think every time I see a video like this, it just feels like they're moving at a quicker pace than you can imagine. So
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Training camp opens in a couple of days, and the Bills have borderline. It's funny that Hard Knocks is coming, and we're sitting here saying, thank goodness it's coming, because it'll give us an inside look. It'll give us something to talk about, because otherwise the drama this year, there's has there ever been less? Has there ever been less? What's going to happen with this? We're talking about new pieces fitting in, and that's great. I guess if we're going on the hot issues, it's probably going to be Kincaid. Does he look like how
big does he look?
How does he look like a better version of himself? Is it his breakout year? On breakout lists and articles about, like, oh, here's my breakout player for the year. I've seen some Kincaid. I've seen some Coleman.
I just saw an article from Bucky Brooks, NFL.com, his all breakout team, and there are 2 Bills. Coleman was one of the 3 receivers, and then he had Cole Bishop at safety.
Bishop's a big one. Bishop's big.
Size, the athleticism.
Yeah.
Could be, too. I wonder how many other safeties he would have had to consider around the league for that. He did not have Kincaid at tight end, though. He had Brenton Strange at tight end.
All right.
For you fantasy players out there, you might know he's a Jaguar, but that's about it. No, but Kincaid in his size, I think, is one of the top things. If he looks physically different out there on the field, I think that's what everybody's going to be thinking about with him, because that's what the coach and GM kind of talked about at the end of the year. And I think it is probably recognized as something, if you're going to play tight end and you've had injury problems that go back to, Tyler Dunn's piece, they're talking about cracked vertebrae going back into college.
Yeah.
So if you've had injury problems even going back to college, you didn't compete at the combine because of it, I think you're going to want to see him get physically bigger and hope that you can make it through an entire season. Because so far, that's been a problem going back to him in Utah.
I wonder, you're saying, will he look different? They want his play strength, right? That was the thing, his play strength. And maybe that's also durability's in there as well. Isn't it possible he gets stronger, but we can't quite see? There's no physical transformation from Kincaid. Instead, it's just, we're not about to follow him in the weight room and say, like, oh, actually, he's gone up on this, and he's gone up on this, so he's a stronger player. Maybe we'll see it, maybe not. It's Kincaid, it's, Sal has mentioned in the pup list, Bosa. Like, what's Bosa look like?
If you see him.
Is he healthy? Is he ready to rock? Is he managed on a pitch count? Whatever. It's training camp.
Well, the thing was, like, I don't know how likely it is that we see him. McDermott, when talking about Bosa, I'm trying to remember the exact phrasing I'm looking for. Was he saying that Bosa was like definitely back by camp. I think there was more of they were hoping that he would be back by training camp, if I remember right. So I'm looking for it. But calf injury with him, when we show up this week, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, he's somebody that I would almost be surprised if we see a lot from. If one, he could just not be out there at all. Or two, he could be out there and he's only doing the individual work on the sidelines, or, he got a couple of team reps in here and there. I mean, I would hope to be wrong on that, but a calf injury like that happened off the field, I would bet they're going to be very, very cautious with.
803-0550. Training camp starts in a couple. The thing I saw from the weekend was Chris Johnston talking on his podcast or some podcast, and the story being that the league is worried about the Sabres.
It's bad for the league at a league level, something along those lines.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's not good for the league for a team to struggle for this long. And the league is monitoring it. What was the exact quote here? The discussions at the league level about how they're worried.
Yeah.
That's not a thing you often get. That doesn't happen a lot.
The Sabres' yearly struggles are a, quote, concern at the league level. It's not good for the league as a whole, is at least the tweet I saw. I don't know how much you expanded on that. What can you do?
I mean,
what can you do?
What do you...
A phone call, right? That's the most you could do. Bettman can give the Sabres a phone call and be like, get your you-know-what together.
What would the concern be? What would they say? Well, I mean, we're concerned you're not doing well. If I'm coming at him, some half kidding, I'd say, I mean, if you want to give us a lottery win, that might help. We've had a couple of those, though.
No, it would be a call to ownership about resources and whatnot, wouldn't it? Your job in the league is to keep this thing afloat. And if one of our 32 entities is, sinking and the season ticket base is gone and the crowd sizes are shrinking, then we got to do something here. They did, this wouldn't be the first time. Bettman and Bill Daly flew to Winnipeg, I think it was last year, to meet with ownership. What is happening with your tickets? Why and they're good. That's even worse.
Well, that's the concern. You guys are good and you're having trouble,
and you can't sell out.
What's going on here?
Right.
Whereas the Sabres
there's no mystery.
No, that's right. There's no mystery.
They're just bad. So that would be the biggest difference. But that is evidence that they will, to what in extent get involved, I don't know, but they will get involved if they have to. Sal Capaccio with us on the Wester Hotline. Sal, is James Cook a story really still going into training camp? Do you think, at least going into maybe the first day, and then if he's on the field practicing, then it kind of gets, it'll die down as a story at least?
Yeah, I think as of right now, it's the biggest storyline of camp, Joe, but you're right. I mean, it could really change once we're there on Wednesday for a lot of reasons. Is it he's there and he says, hey, I'm practicing. I got 1 year left on my deal. All right, let's roll. I mean, that happens every year, guys go into the last year of their contract. So then there's no big deal. If he makes some noise about it, if he says, I really want to get something done and I don't know what's going to happen here, and, anything that kind of is noteworthy, especially because Hard Knocks is there, right? I think that becomes a little bit more of the story. Hard Knocks focusing on this and, what we're going to see from that. Obviously, there could be some extension. I don't think that's going to happen at this point, but you never know. Been surprised before, so maybe that's a story. But you're right, Joe. I think that, when we get to camp on Wednesday and James Cook is there, that's the number one thing. Is he there? If he is, what is he doing? Is he participating in every drill? Is it a hold-in situation? Assuming it's not, assuming he's there, he participates in every drill, I think that it kind of dies down slowly and goes away. But there's a chance here for this to get to be a bigger story depending on all that.
What about
it's just Scotty Scheffler, who's basically said, like, yeah, all right, I win. So what? I'm not special. I beat a couple guys this week. Boring. He seems kind of bored by winning.
Yeah.
He wins the Open Championship. Here's my theory. You see a couple stats on this, that he's won 4 majors by 3 strokes or more.
Yeah, right. For all of them, right? That's 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe the reason he's just like, whatever, is because it's not that fun.
He hasn't been really stressed.
Yeah.
Like Rory having to make a whatever to win the Masters.
Right. And then the relief upon not blowing it.
Right. Scheffler could have 4-putted.
Yeah. You're up by 8 with 9 holes to go. He probably was thinking, like, all right, I don't make enough mistakes for this to matter. So, I mean, I guess I've won. It's a little bit like, if I may, Liverpool winning the Premier League with a month and a half left in the season. It's not quite the same as when Manchester City won in the final minute.
Sure.
Sure you won, but how you win might matter.
Yeah, remember when he got emotional at the Olympics and he won the gold medal? I'm looking right. He won by 1 stroke at the Olympics, and that's the one he showed the most emotion at.
So maybe,
there could be something to that.
Maybe he should just let other players get closer to him. I also have a Let's Get Stupid on the golf. We saw a Rory shot where Rory hit a ball that then his club then hit another ball that was lodged in the rough, the fescue or whatever. So he swings, hits his, and another ball pops out like a magic trick. Let's get stupid. At the Open Championship, and probably only the Open Championship, because this is the only one we can get away with this, they hide a series of balls on the course, and if you hit a second ball when hitting your ball, that's a hole-in-one for you on that right there. It's hold out. It's a minus.
You're giving them
bonus
credit bonus for that.
Easter eggs. Yeah, like a money ball in a 3-point competition.
Oh, I thought I might be going the other way.
You want to penalize these players?
Yeah, you're right. Your round is over.
Oh, that's not golf.
It's over.
That's not real golf. I want these players to be rewarded for hitting 2 balls on the same shot.
Yeah. Well, the second ball goes like a foot.
True. He unearthed it. It's not the first time that's ever happened. I feel like that happened last year at the Open, or
maybe was it? Yeah, that's right.
What are they doing over there? They're just balls lying in the rough, and they don't know. They can't go.
This one looked like it was in the earth.
Yeah,
like even when the ball pops up in the slow mo, you could see like the mud on top of it. So, you want to give them a hole-in-one for that?
I don't know. I want there to be some sort of prize. You have unearthed the magic ball.
You get to keep that
it's
ball
a mulligan.
and use it as a breakfast ball.
It's good
or
for
as
a
mulligan.
It's good for a mulligan.
Yeah. but you have to use that ball.
Yeah, it's something the WWE.
You found a
would
mulligan
do.
ball.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like a scavenger hunt.
Don't forget here, as Rory has this putt, he did get that mulligan ball.
Found that mulligan on 15.
On the 13th. So if he does not like this approach, he has the mulligan ball. It's like Mr. Money in the Bank in WWE. Let's do that.
Okay.
You want to get stupid? A golf event that allows you to carry one mulligan ball.
Well, this one you would find one.
Yeah, sure. Now I want to just give every player.
You want to give everybody one?
You're playing 72 holes.
These guys are good enough. They don't need a mulligan. A tournament I play in, yes. These guys, Scheffler doesn't need a mulligan ball.
Have you ever played with a reverse mulligan? I've never actually played with that.
No, but it's been talked about.
You know what that is, Josh? A reverse mulligan? You ever played with that?
No, and I'm always terrified if I ever do that I'll hit the shot of my life and someone be like, nope, you're done.
That's what it's for.
Yeah.
That's the point of the game.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us, Jeremy and Joe. Training camp starts in 2 days. Have some hockey stuff to get to. Also want to talk about this worst to first, some numbers on that in the NFL, and projecting which teams have the best look at it. NFL.com, Kevin Patra has a piece up. And Team 2, in terms of how likely it is to happen, Team 2, according to Kevin Patra, it might be a big surprise to everyone around here. I got into a conversation with the Bills roster over the weekend, and, it got to be about one position that's interesting. Like, this is the time where people get their final 53-man roster predictions, like who's going to be the final 53, or maybe we should call it the first 53. Who's going to be on the first 53-man roster? And, how many different spots are controversial, or how many different spots are really up for grabs? And you kind of get to about 3 really interesting position battles. Safety, right? Cole Bishop. And then corner 2, Max Hairston. And after that, I guess I'm working at which receiver is the 4th guy. Elijah Moore, Curtis Samuel.
Yep.
And am I at backup quarterback?
Backup quarterback's going to be on the list.
What is there besides that? There's how do they handle the 2 suspensions, right? Michael Hoyt and Larry Ogunjobi. That I think that actually almost lines up to be a good problem to have, because don't they have an extended tryout period / runway for 2 players on their defense?
Yes.
So you're a team that might have a little bit of wiggle room because you are consistently an excellent team. So now Deion Walker and Javon Solomon, you get an extended runway for them until those 2 players come back. And it might not be those 2 specifically, but just for Hoyt and Ogunjobi, they joined the team basically in week 7.
Right, because Hoyt is such a unique player that I almost would have a tough time figuring out, like, okay, who really sees an uptick in opportunity with him being out for 6 weeks? Like, watching practice and thinking, oh, this guy's getting the opportunity that Hoyt is leaving available. Like, Hoyt does things, or he at least has a versatility that nobody else on the defense has, right? He's the chess piece, isn't he?
Yeah.
So Javon Solomon's not lining up at nickel corner, I don't think, on a given snap, and then going to defensive tackle on the next snap. That might be next, though. Bills training camp begins on Wednesday at St. John Fisher University. The Bills will have their whole rookie class as defensive tackle TJ Sanders, their second-round pick, signed his contract over the weekend. $10 million of his $10.6 million is guaranteed as second-round picks are beginning to sign. Sanders almost gets a fully guaranteed contract, 95% of it. Coverage of Bills training camp from St. John Fisher University is brought to you by Fiegel, Carr & Joyce, your border attorneys, by Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? And by Upstate Honda Dealers. For great deals, visit your local Honda dealer today. The Chiefs come to an agreement with defensive end George Karlaftis on a 4-year, $93 million extension. Micah Parsons will report to training camp in Dallas, despite the fact he has no long-term deal in place right now. And Seattle lets go of starting tight end Noah Fant, saves him about $8 million on the salary cap. Scotty Scheffler wins the Open Championship by 4 strokes, fourth major of his career. Only has to win the U.S. Open to complete the career Grand Slam. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
This is also a storyline we have talked about in the past. Are Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson finally going to get to a Super Bowl? They have both gotten so close. Both, of course, league MVPs. Josh Allen is the defending league MVP. They've gotten so close to toppling the Kansas City Chiefs. They haven't been able to do it in the AFC Championship game. Will one of them finally get to a Super Bowl? Both of them are Super Bowl caliber quarterbacks, and until they get that championship on their resume, it's always going to be a black mark that, of course, Patrick Mahomes has over them.
This Judy Batista of NFL Network. I said to Josh, like, this, you know this song? Greta Van Fleet?
Yeah.
Highway, this song rocks. This band rocks. Good summer music. Whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Windows down.
Yep.
Windows down today. It's going to be nice. It is nice.
Do you know
nice.
You know I've had on, I've never listened to in my life that I've been listening to with the windows down recently is Johnny Cash.
Okay.
Just randomly started listening to Johnny Cash this weekend. No idea why. Or what spurred it. I probably heard a song. Like, I'm just going to throw this on.
Jeremy and Joe here on WGR, Judy Batista. I was looking at the NFL futures this weekend. Just for something to do.
Uh-huh.
Just to look at, if I was going to put together a division winner, 8 division winner parlay, blah, blah, blah. I didn't do anything. I'm not sitting here telling you anything about betting. I was just looking.
Okay.
And one of the things I found, this kind of gets to Allen and Jackson and the Bills, the Chiefs, the Ravens. Like, really, the AFC has a lot of teams, but, boy, the Bills, the Chiefs, and the Ravens get so much of the oxygen, as they should.
Yeah.
And I looked like, odds to make the Super Bowl. Click. Who's the favorite? The Bills. Oh. Odds to make the AFC Championship game. Who's the favorite? The Bills. Mm-hmm. And then the Ravens. And then the Chiefs.
Mm-hmm.
And you can do this pretty much for everything.
Sure.
Every step of the way. NFC winner. AFC winner. Right now, the AFC winner is Ravens, then Bills, then Chiefs. But you can switch that around. Who's going to win the division? Who's going to appear in the division? And every single step of the way, it is, right now at least, Bills and Ravens ahead of Chiefs. So they doubt us. They think we're not as good anymore. Mm-hmm. The Chiefs are the team that can kind of claim that. Here they are.
Yeah.
Not the favorites, despite, winning the AFC every time, just about. And the Bills and the Ravens are thought of as, or whatever. Like the betting, at least, is more people think they're going to win it.
Sure.
Or willing to bet that.
I mean, this is more about who's with you, but they are, I think it's 2 times less likely by the odds to win their division than the Bills are. Might actually be more than that.
That's probably what is at work here.
Yeah, right now the Bills are minus 280 to win the AFC East, and the Chiefs are minus 110. Yeah. Like, about even money. About a coin flip. If you really believe in the Chiefs' aura and like they are incapable of having a down year because we just saw them have a down year and they won 15 games anyways, you might believe they'll win it no matter what. Well, here you go. The coin flip. I tend to find, like, on them being doubted, like, I would group myself in that. I think it's very realistic to see them not win their division. There are two really good teams in the same division with them. Like, if I were doing that, like, putting together, like, a division parlay and, like, let me pick the division winners, like, I would be very tempted to pick Denver to win that division. Really tempted. I like everything about them. The roster's awesome. The quarterback is good. The coach is a good coach. Offensively, like, there's no flaw in that team that I see. They might not have a superstar quarterback, but there's no flaw.
That division has 4 coaches that have been to a Super Bowl.
Reed, Harbaugh, Peyton, and
Pete Carroll.
Oh, Pete Carroll. Okay, yeah.
4 coaches.
That's pretty good.
That have been to a Super Bowl in one division.
And 3 have won it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is pretty good.
So whether that makes the Raiders tougher, and the Broncos, of course, had a great year with their rookie quarterback last year, and the Chargers had a good year and a really bad finish.
Really bad finish.
But hey, I mean, they shouldn't have lost to Houston, but they did.
Why is that not us thinking they got lucky last year, and that if they are the Chiefs, some version of the same thing, that they won't win 15, they'll win 11.
I think what it means is that they're thought of as equally good as the Bills and Ravens, but a tougher road. Really, is all that is. They're not just given the benefit of the doubt. Oh, this team. I mean, look at Philadelphia and their odds. They're in a tough division, right?
Yeah.
It's one of the reasons that if you do the same exercise in the NFC, like the Eagles are up there as a favorite. They're favored to win the NFC.
Not by as much as the whole conference.
Yeah. But they're favored a little bit less than the Bills and the Ravens,
and that's because of their division.
Yeah. So their division is a little tougher.
Right.
I don't know what to do with the NFC North. I mean, that was tough last year and might be tough again. It seems like the NFL's got a lot of. I don't know how many really good teams are there. How many teams?
There are.
How many teams is it possible could win the Super Bowl this year? Let's just.
Okay.
If you were to say, give me all of these teams.
Yeah.
And I should be obviously a prohibitive favorite.
Mm-hmm.
The most shocking, farthest down underdog to win it. I bet if you went Ravens, Bills, Chiefs, Eagles, Lions, Rams, I feel like I would be done. I think I need...
You would go Rams and not Commanders?
I would. The Commanders might be the 7th team.
They were in the NFC Championship last year.
That's right. They were. They beat the Lions.
Yep.
So
didn't they beat him good too?
Yeah, the Lions couldn't make any stops. The Lions' entire defense got hurt last year, and they just lost another player to an ACL.
Yeah.
Okay, 7. Is 7 where you'd cap it? Who's not included? I mean, Cincinnati, Denver, the Chargers. I've pointed out to you a number of times that the Chargers are, according to ESPN, 4th most likely to win the AFC.
The Chargers?
ESPN's football power index, whatever, still ranking season until camp begins. But if you gave me Ravens, Bills, Chiefs, Eagles, Lions, Rams, I feel like I'd be set. 6.
You're really going Rams? Are that different for you than like the...
I think the Rams are going to be very, very good.
Because I think
if they keep Stafford healthy. Stafford, Puka, Adams, the defense that they have built, I think the Rams are really, really good.
Because I think most would probably put them on a tier with Washington and Green Bay
that's probably right.
And Cincinnati. Although I'm in a noise when you said Cincinnati because
I didn't list them.
You didn't list them. Well, we did on like the next list of teams that we wouldn't put in that. Like, oh, they could win the Super Bowl. They couldn't win the Super Bowl this year, like because they've gone to it.
Well, can I give you the drop off in the odds?
Sure.
Cincinnati's behind Minnesota to win the Super Bowl.
Minnesota, who that Pro Football Network mock draft picked to lose to the Bills in the Super Bowl last week. Remember that?
The Bengals are 11-1, whereas the Bills, Ravens, and Chiefs are around like 3 and 4-1. So there's a big gap between the Chiefs, the Bills, Ravens, Chiefs. Huge gap.
Mm-hmm.
And then Bengals, Texans, Broncos, Chargers, and then another gap. And then you're down to like Steelers, Colts, Jags.
Yeah.
So there in the AFC, according to the odds, there are 2 tiers. It's Bills, Ravens, Chiefs, and then Bengals, Texans, Broncos, Chargers. And that's your 7 in the AFC.
Mm-hmm.
Would you feel those are the 7 playoff teams? And Pittsburgh's not in there.
New
England's not in there.
We didn't list Denver, did we?
Denver's in the second tier.
Second tier, right?
Cincinnati, Houston, Denver, and the Chargers.
The thing about Cincinnati for the Super Bowl question is, like, my hang-up is we just saw them play worse defense than anybody in years. And what did they do when they played all these other teams that are capable of winning the Super Bowl?
They competed.
Came down to the last play.
They competed.
Came down in Arrowhead. Came down to a flag at the end. They would have beat the Chiefs.
Yep.
In Baltimore, it comes down to a 2-point conversion, or it comes down to overtime. That's their 2 games last year. They didn't play the Bills, but we've seen them beat the Bills.
We'll see that this year.
Right. So I know they didn't make the playoffs last year, but every time I see them against one of these top teams, they look like they are on that level. They show up to the fight every single time. So I'm to believe they can't go on a run if they, like, what would I really need to have that happen? Their defense was the worst in football last year. What's one thing you hear a lot about defense is it's harder to predict year to year than it is offense. So what if they go from 32nd in the league to 21st? Is that enough? How good does their defense have to be for me to jump to they can win the Super Bowl? Because no one would dispute their offense is good enough, right?
Yeah. Well,
so how good's their defense got to be? 20th?
We had all those statistics from Warren Sharp on how bad the Bills' defense was and how it was turnovers that kind of saved them.
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess I would want to put Cincinnati's defense from last year. How did it stack up against the Bills? Was the difference the turnovers? Was that it? And the Bills were elite at taking the ball away, and they have been for multiple seasons. So I don't know about Cincinnati. I don't know what to do with them.
Like, because they're really maybe what's right here is to keep them in that group of, because Burrow's the best of the bunch, but what does Cincinnati and Green Bay and the Chargers, maybe those are the 3, and maybe Washington too, what do those 4 teams really have in common? Don't they all feel like they have a quarterback that's good enough to win it all, but the rest of it you're kind of like, I don't know. Maybe you wouldn't put Jordan Love in that caliber yet, but
it's pretty close. I mean, he's good.
Herbert, Jordan Love, Jaden Daniels, and Joe Burrow. I feel like all 4 of those guys are good enough to win a Super Bowl.
Yep. I mean, if Hurts is, then those guys are.
Yeah, but all 4 of those teams right now have some reason why you just wouldn't think they're all the way there. Although I don't know what I would say about Green Bay for why they wouldn't be. Why isn't Green Bay good enough to win a Super Bowl? Like, what's the reason? Is it kind of like the Bills? They don't have enough star players, but they don't have Josh Allen. They have the second-tier guy.
Yeah. David Montgomery of the Lions says, and this is one other thing. Here's one other thing about training camp for the Bills, which opens in 2 days, that's going to be interesting. Last year, they were able to say, people think we're going to be down. Mm-hmm. People think, we've lost too much. We can't do it. They can't really say that this year. And this window dressing in context for a season? Yes. But David Montgomery of the Lions just said something I'm wondering if anybody's going to say about the Bills at Bills camp. David Montgomery on Eric Woodyard, via ESPN's Eric Woodyard, said, everybody's tired of being close. Mm-hmm. It's cool to be close at first, but you don't want to get comfortable with being close all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Will anybody...
He said that after going... Twice have they done that? How many times have the Lions really been close?
They went to the NFC Championship game and lost.
Yep.
And then they were the 1 seed, and he got hurt.
And they lost in the divisional round.
And they lost. So it's championship game, 1 seed, everybody's tired of being close.
So 2 times, and he's making that comment. And the Bills have been close
a lot.
6 times, 5 times, whatever it is at this point.
Listen, it's whatever you want. It's the messaging that each player might feel. There's the internal, there's the external messaging, all that. I wonder what the Bills' kind of refrain will be. Will anybody say, tired of being close? This team's here to win the Super Bowl. Will anybody say those words? If you think about this, it's like I said, it can be window dressing. Mm-hmm. How important is it to you? And what they say publicly versus privately is different. I mean, the Sabres, when they traded for Chris Drury, he put a picture of the Stanley Cup in the locker room because it's important to remember what we're here for, right? And that's just one anecdote from like 20 years ago. It's a long time. But here are the Bills who, along the way, it's been about the Super Bowl. Vaughn came in and talked about the Super Bowl.
Yep.
Will they talk that game this year? Will they talk 1 seed? Will they say, it's the thing we haven't done, and that's our goal, is to be, we're here at first day of training camp, and this marks day 1 to be the number 1 seed. We want to get that done. We want to get everybody here. We lost on the road last year. We want the bye. We want the 1 seed.
Mm-hmm. I would hope so. I would hope we hear, because one thing that you hear once in a while, and this is something that I think got said after the Worthy trade, and I think it sure got said at some point during this offseason. Whenever I hear the line, well, you got to win your division first.
Yeah,
yes, it's accurate, but there's always a little bit of an annoying part of that for me, of you got to win your division first, because nobody is questioning your ability to win the division. In fact, it is assumed you will win the division. I think it is a catastrophic failure, maybe you could even say, if you don't win your division. So that doesn't feel like why we're here anymore.
I feel like Bean was asked about maybe at the pre-draft luncheon, or I don't know, somewhere along the way in the last 3-4 months,
like building your team to beat.
Yeah, do you ever look at another opponent when building a team, and that's when that kind of came up. Like, well, not really, but you want to make sure you're winning your division first. You're playing that team twice.
Right.
Keep an eye on your division. And you'd understand why they would say that, but you would also think that the Bills, the Ravens, and the Chiefs, which team has to worry about its division the least? It's the Bills.
It's the Bills. And also what that can do inadvertently is it can kind of give the message that you are in some ways okay with this life of, well, I haven't won the whole thing, but look, we're winning the AFC East every single year. We're winning our pocket of 4 teams every single year, and we dominate that. That's great. Like we're doing a great job, and they are doing a great job. But I don't know. I would rather hear the comment like that from David Montgomery. The desperation of
first, and there's some good numbers here. So last year in the NFL, 2024, nobody did it. There was not a worst. Wow. There was not a worst to first team.
Wasn't there a streak going before that?
Yes, it was. Well, there was the first time since 2019, and only the third time since realignment in 2003.
Since realignment.
So in 2003, only 3 times has no team gone worst to first.
Mm-hmm.
And he also points out, Kevin does, that three seasons did not include a club flipping, but there have been double that amount of years that have seen 2 clubs do it. So 3 times, none have done it. 6 times, 2 teams have done it, gone from worst to first. And 2 franchises have gone from worst in their division to the Super Bowl. And that's the Eagles in 2017 and the Saints in 2009. So 8 last-place division teams, he ranks them, we'll count them down 8-1, how likely they are to win their division.
Okay.
So, all last-place finishers. Number 8, the Giants.
No way.
Right, no chance.
No chance.
Or, well, I guess this is, unless Jackson Dart's amazing, which, jump in and just be amazing.
They've got a division, though, where there's not one team that needs to fall on their face.
No, there's 3 great teams and
there's
another
pretty good
team.
Yeah.
Number 7 is Cleveland.
Yeah, no way.
Not very likely to go worst to first. Number 6 is the Saints.
Nope.
Not likely. Number 5 is the Raiders. You start to get into tough division.
Geno Smith, lightning in a bottle. All right. I would not pick it.
No, it's hard to see.
I would pick them to finish last, but
worst to first candidates counting down. Number 4, Kevin puts the Titans. That to me is more about
your division stinks.
Your division's available.
It's the AFC South.
Yeah, I think the Jags are going to win that division, but the Titans, if Cam Ward is good, then okay.
And when you expect him to be pretty good? Pretty good?
I don't know.
He doesn't feel like the boom or bust guy. I feel like he's going to be pretty good for a long time, and he's never going to be great. Maybe I'm wrong about him, but
number 3, likelihood of worst to first. Notice we have not gotten to the AFC East yet.
No, we haven't.
Number 3 is the Bears.
See, I like the team for that, and I like the coach, but
the division is tough.
The division is really hard.
But every time this happens, that's the thing. Going back to have all these seasons where it has happened, I don't have the full list of the team that fell off. Were they old?
Right.
Did somebody get hurt? But it happens. Anyway, the Bears are number 3.
Because they have 3 good teams above them. J.J. McCarthy might be bad showing up for the first time, and the Vikings roster's great. But then I've still got the Packers and the Lions in the way.
Right.
You could get one of those teams to surprisingly be terrible, and you're still got to be. You probably got to win 12 games to win that division.
Yeah.
At a minimum.
So the Bears are number 3. Number 2, counting down, the most likely worst to first candidates. Number 2, he writes, the Patriots are number 2.
I don't disagree with that.
Drake may break out. You really only need one team to fall on its face or have a bunch of injuries or whatever.
I don't think it's going to happen, but...
No, and 2 of the teams in the division, if the Patriots are good, it wouldn't be hard, I don't think, for them to get over the Jets. And Miami is the next candidate, and they've fallen short a bunch of times. So he has New England number 2, and the number 1 candidate to go worst to first. This is going to be one of those, they finished last?
Who's left? NFC West?
Yeah.
Who finished last?
Right.
The Cardinals?
The Niners.
The Niners finished last?
The Niners finished last.
Wow.
Might have been, was it a tie for last? Worst in the division to first? He has the Niners as most likely to go worst to first. Which I think, San Francisco has season. You know how the Bills bounce back and forth between 13 wins and 11 wins?
Yeah.
The Niners bounce back and forth between 13 and 6.
Yeah, oh yeah. They have some bad years.
They went 6 and 11. They finished last. The Cardinals were 8 and 9.
Do they kind of feel like how the Bills were treated before last year? A little bit? Like, hey, this team is a lot of respect for what they've done.
Yep.
But you've lost some pieces, and I'm not sure you're going to be as good as you have been.
Well, they went
But again, the difference there is, as good as they have been, they were just last. So, I guess they weren't that great.
A couple things happened with the Niners. They went from completely loaded, unbelievable skill position talent to everybody's old and hurt.
Right.
Kittle is still there and good, but McCaffrey...
Kittle's gone from their 4th most impressive weapon to he's probably number 1.
He's probably number 1 right now, because I don't know if you can count on McCaffrey. Ayuk is coming off an ACL. Debo's gone. Jawan Jennings wants a contract.
Pearsall's hasn't seen enough.
He's a rookie. Yeah, so they went from completely loaded to, all right, let's see where it goes from here.
And now they paid the quarterback.
They did.
So it's like, you're going to be able to keep that all together? If not... I had a Kyle Shanahan conversation this weekend.
Oh, here we go.
With a bunch of guys.
Now it's football season. We're getting into football season. It's finally back.
Kyle Shanahan.
A lot of you think,
what a fraud.
How do you know it's football? Oh, it feels like football outside. True football season is when Joe starts going in on Kyle Shanahan.
What a 70 and 62
in
8
here
years.
We go.
He's a genius.
It feels so good to be back.
That actually was
We're back.
That was not the context of it, by the way.
Oh, okay. Wasn't you saying he's a joke?
No. In fact, I don't think I ever got to that. No, as you know, what will happen in a guy's weekend is, of course, Sean McDermott will come up as a conversation, and the hypothetical came up because I think you've even said this. There was a lot of I would not move on. I would not fire McDermott unless I know who I'm getting in response. And then it came up. Well, what if the Niners have a terrible season and Shanahan's available? Did you do it then? The group was split. Just so you know.
Interesting.
Because everyone kind of agreed it would take that caliber of coach to think about it. And he was the only caliber of coach we could find in the league that you could even imagine
could be
freed up in a year. There was nobody else that anyone would say they would fire Sean McDermott for that Andy Reid's not getting fired.
No.
No one else you could get to, that guy could be available. Shanahan, you still got to, what does he have to win, 4 games this year? He probably has to have a really bad year. But, maybe you could get there. That'd be 9 years in, and that would be his 5th season
with
6 or fewer wins.
With 2 Super Bowl appearances.
2. He's lost a lot of games.
He's been to the NFC Championship game also a bunch of times. Hey, if they want to fire him, good luck. Good luck. I am not going to answer that question out of respect for 2 days before the start of training camp.
That's fair.
I'm not going to answer that question. And also, there's would you be interested in that scenario? And then there's would it be even conceivable to consider a change?
Right. That makes sense.
I think their coach is good. I think they've got a good coach.
That was part of it. I think even I said there's 3 guys in the league that I would even think about it with right now. Honestly.
803-0550, our phone number, 1-888-550-2550. Also, maybe a little side note to that question. I'd have an answer for you that comes from the Sabres embedded from the draft that we just saw. Maybe you didn't see it. The Sabres put out their most recent draft recap, a 30-minute episode on how they got through the draft. And I think there's something in there to see that would provide a little bit of context to that question about Kyle Shanahan, believe it or not. I'll tell you that. We'll get a phone call in as well, 803-0550 on WGR.
Sal Capaccio with us on the Wester Hotline. Sal, is James Cook a story really still going into training camp? Do you think, at least going into maybe the first day, and then if he's on the field practicing, then it kind of gets, it'll die down as a story at least?
Yeah, I think as of right now, it's the biggest storyline of camp, Joe, but you're right. I mean, it could really change once we're there on Wednesday for a lot of reasons. Is it he's there and he says, hey, I'm practicing. I got 1 year left on my deal. All right, let's roll. I mean, that happens every year, guys go into the last year of their contract. So then there's no big deal. If he makes some noise about it, if he says, I really want to get something done and I don't know what's going to happen here, and, anything that kind of is noteworthy, especially because Hard Knocks is there, right? I think that becomes a little bit more of the story. Hard Knocks focusing on this and, what we're going to see from that. Obviously, there could be some extension. I don't think that's going to happen at this point, but you never know. Been surprised before, so maybe that's a story. But you're right, Joe. I think that, when we get to camp on Wednesday and James Cook is there, that's the number one thing. Is he there? If he is, what is he doing? Is he participating in every drill? Is it a hold-in situation? Assuming it's not, assuming he's there, he participates in every drill, I think that it kind of dies down slowly and goes away. But there's a chance here for this to get to be a bigger story depending on all that.
What about
I don't know how many really good teams are there? How many teams
there are?
How many teams is it possible could win the Super Bowl this year? Let's just if you were to say, give me all of these teams, and I should be obviously a prohibitive favorite.
Mm-hmm.
The most shocking, farthest down underdog to win it. I bet if you went Ravens, Bills, Chiefs, Eagles, Lions, Rams, I feel like I would be done. I think I need...
You would go Rams and not Commanders?
I would. The Commanders might be the 7th team.
They were in the NFC Championship last year.
That's right. They were. They beat the Lions.
Yep.
So
didn't they beat him good too?
Yeah, the Lions couldn't make any stops. The Lions' entire defense got hurt last year, and they just lost another player to an ACL.
Yeah.
Okay, 7. Is 7 where you'd cap it? Who's not included? I mean, Cincinnati, Denver, the Chargers. I've pointed out to you a number of times that the Chargers are, according to ESPN, 4th most likely to win the AFC.
The Chargers?
ESPN's football power index, whatever, still ranking season until camp begins. But if you gave me Ravens, Bills, Chiefs, Eagles, Lions, Rams, I feel like I'd be set. 6.
You're really going Rams are that different for you than like the...
I think the Rams are going to be very, very good.
Because I think
if they keep Stafford healthy. Stafford, Puka, Adams, the defense that they have built, I think the Rams are really, really good.
Because I think most would probably put them on a tier with Washington and Green Bay
that's probably
and Cincinnati. Although I'm in a noise when you said Cincinnati because
I didn't list them.
You didn't list them. Well, we did on like the next list of teams that we wouldn't put in that. Like, they could win the Super Bowl. They couldn't win the Super Bowl this year, like because they've gone to it.
Well, can I give you the drop off in the odds?
Sure.
Cincinnati's behind Minnesota to win the Super Bowl.
Minnesota, who that Pro Football Network mock draft picked to lose to the Bills in the Super Bowl last week. Remember that?
The Bengals are 11-1, whereas the Bills, Ravens, and Chiefs are around like 3 and 4-1.
Bills training camp starts on Wednesday. That's the first practice, and the Bills' whole rookie class is now under contract after they got TJ Sanders on his rookie contract over the weekend. He got a 95% guaranteed contract. So everyone before him got 100% in the second round, but the Bills get Sanders just below that. It was 10.0 of 10.6, so it was almost
Throw on
guaranteed.
those sunglasses.
Yeah. Saved $600,000. Maybe.
Just kidding.
Anyways, coverage of Bills training camp from St. John Fisher will be there live on Wednesday. Scotty Scheffler wins the Open Championship by 4 strokes, his 4th major of his career. Only the U.S. Open remains for Scheffler to hit the career Grand Slam. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Text WGR at 803-0550 or post on X at WGR550 and get connected to Jeremy and Joe now. Brought to you by Northtown Kia. Shop online at northtownkia.com for the all-new Kia K4 Sportage Telluride and EV.
Conversations with Utah well before the trade deadline. So when I talk about publicly, like there's times where conversations you're ramped up and then they hit pause and then you pick them back up later. This would be a perfect example.
The right shot D comes into play. I've been focused on Doan because, I think you like him for the same reason I do. Yeah, there's some urgency on my end. Yeah, sit with your guys and just get back to me as soon as you can. He's just not moving Doan, he said. Too core of a guy. He clearly values him.
There's a long path to getting the deal across the finish line. And what I made clear to them was that Kesselring and Doan were critical pieces in any sort of trade that we would be making.
Kevin Adams from the Sabres Embedded. Give him some sunglasses for those deals. It's not clear the old, taking that sunglasses comment. It's more about like how it's become a meme than anything. The Bills in their business with TJ Sanders is totally fine.
Is it interesting at all that he, not really, right? He started the line of guys that didn't get fully guaranteed. He was the first one.
Yeah.
Judkins probably won't, but he hasn't signed.
Sure.
He's the only one ahead of Sanders.
It's 5% of,
Right. They ended up getting, for no second-round pick ever getting a fully guaranteed contract before this year. 7 of them ended up getting that.
They got a lot,
It feels like they kind of won. The rookies did.
Yeah, next year it'll be what, 15?
Maybe. And right, Sanders and these guys that came after, theirs wasn't 100%, but it was, almost.
803-0550 to join us. So that's Kevin Adams on the Peterka trade, which they've been talking with Utah since before the trade deadline.
Right.
So the stuff about Peterka maybe moving at the deadline that Renaud Lavoie and maybe Frank Saravalli had about the Rangers, one would think that at one point I'm just going to go ahead and say that was all true, that the Rangers might have been really close and the Sabres didn't do it, and because they wanted to keep working on Utah here to get these 2 pieces they got back on the whatever. We can't know everything. We just know what they tell us on some level. And there's that. One other thing from the Sabres Embedded, the 30-minute feature, and this is true of the Bills features as well, that the owner, Terry Pagula, he is front and center, and he is in there, part of the process. I feel like if I owned a sports team, I would also do the same thing, so I don't necessarily think that that has to be problematic. You do have your Bills and Sabres fans that wonder about the owner's influence and how much that person meddles. Some teams have owners that are very present. Some teams have owners that are not. But one thing we can see from these videos they show us is that the owner is very present, which on the Sabre side of it, Joe, I would just say he's present for all these things, and they keep floundering.
Yeah.
It's not like he's not seeing what's happening. I don't know.
Because I hear from fans, just talking. I hear 2 things. I hear, 1, he's too meddlesome, and I also hear, he doesn't care.
Right.
It's I don't feel like both of those things can be true. If they were, that'd be very strange.
Yeah.
And so I guess you kind of decide what you want. Do you want him to be all over everything, or do you want him to just laissez-faire? Do your thing. Because that, I think, both can be met with criticism. Or you really want something in between, I'm sure.
803-0550. Let's get a phone call in here. Zach in West Seneca. Hey, Zach, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Hey, the McDermott conversation, that's how you know football's back. Hey, listen, I love the conversation because I'm a McDermott truther. I just think his whole body of work says a lot, and I just think there's so much more. I mean, you listen to all the podcasts, and I think a lot of the local guys that cover are kind of come around. They think McDermott's maybe changed his tune the last couple of years. I just think if there's a guy for the job, it's him. You know, if I look at the other, I think he's probably the third or fourth best coach in the league when you look at body of work. I know, it's a big deal to me where he's brought them from before, and his and Allen's relationship. But if there was a guy that I think could elevate them, and if somehow 2-3 years from now, and that's how long I'd want to wait, because I think McDermott deserves to get into that new building and whatnot, regardless of what happens this year. It would be Kyle Shanahan. I mean, I just think his body work on the other side stands for itself. Think 2 Super Bowls, right? Which in the NFC, that is hard to get to. They didn't have to go through the Chiefs, and in those early Shanahan years, the Patriots were still good back in 2017, 18, so they didn't have to go through them. But I think Shanahan's like an offensive McDermott on the NFC side. I just feel like they're both hired about the same time. And I do think he's got some guys are just really good with that system, kind of like Mike McDaniel down in Miami, where it looks good for a period of time. But I think Shanahan is, a good coach, good leader of men and people in the organization. But I think that is one of the most underrated parts about Sean McDermott. I think he's a huge motivator, good leader of men. It just shows you when the Tyler Dunn piece hit a couple years ago, all the guys coming out. And I think they all want it for him. So, but if there was a guy, that would probably be it. I'd much rather do him than, say, like an up-and-coming. None of these guys ever really impressed me that have come up the last couple of years. A lot of them have been cycled through, but maybe the closest was a Ben Johnson. But everybody else, I just feel like we'd be doing what we did pre-drought. But
well, thanks, Zach. Anytime this conversation comes up, it's impossible to – it's not impossible. It feels difficult to say, I think he's a good coach too, but I have to acknowledge that there are probably a lot of coaches that with Josh Allen as their quarterback could have also won a lot of these games. Mm-hmm. It's always this problem when evaluating the Bills. Like you're talking about these assistants that cycled through. Mm-hmm. Like who? Like if Brian Daboll's the coach, are the Bills just not winning the divisions, or are they still winning the divisions? I don't know. Mm-hmm. Who are some of those other coaches? If it's, I don't know about Matt Eberflus. That's not a name I want.
You want someone like a middle of the road coach? You want Todd Bowles?
Todd Bowles. I'm sure. I don't know. But you're talking about these guys that got cycled through. 2 guys that got hired in the same hiring process as McDermott are McVay and Shanahan. Mm-hmm. And those are both darn good coaches that have made Super Bowls. What would Sean McVay do with this team?
Score 90 points a game.
They might. I don't know. I don't know. So it's this reality we live in where we all know Josh is so supremely good that he covers up for deficiencies they have, mm-hmm. whether that's last year's defense didn't make stops, or if it's, people tend to think their skill positions aren't top half of the league in surrounding him. But it's okay because Allen and in part Joe Brady have done great. What if Joe Brady got the job? Would Joe Brady have them winning divisions every year? I don't know. Again, like this conversation about McDermott always comes up. And anybody that tries to tell me if they didn't have McDermott, they'd be back in the drought. Like Josh Allen would have taken drought teams to the playoffs and won playoff games. Mm-hmm. He'd have won playoff games for Chan or Rex.
All of them.
I don't know.
All of them.
How many? 17 years. If Josh Allen's the quarterback of every one of those drought teams, how many playoff appearances are there? 12?
Maybe more.
It's not. But like I said, when you say that, it sounds like you're saying, well, anybody could do the job. And I don't necessarily think that. Right. I do think he's a very good coach. I think they're in a fine spot. If he got 2 to 3 to 5 more years and then they did win a Super Bowl, all would be forgiven.
Yeah.
But you might immediately then ask the other question, well, if I gave 10 years of one of the top 2 quarterbacks in football, how many would get the job done? And is once the right number of times to get the job done. So I always feel like this conversation on McDermott, like I can tell you I think he's very good. And then as soon as I hear somebody make a point that feels like it goes too far, then here I am spinning to say, well, easy.
No, he's like, I definitely think he's a great coach. The job, though, because Allen exists now, like his job at the beginning of this Bills tenure was very different than I think it is now. His job now, like Allen gets you to the playoffs almost on his own. Like he could. The job is more to me about, all right, now it's more important that you have the right guy when your quarterback can get matched. This guy's a superhero. They've got one too. Lamar Jackson. Or this guy's got this. They've got Patrick Mahomes. And he's beaten Baltimore twice. He's figured out a way to do it. When Warren Sharp was on with Mike Shope last week talking about how McDermott started to dial up man blitzes that Lamar Jackson wasn't ready for, and that's how they got their 2 turnovers in the first half. Like, that's a good job.
Yep.
That's a big reason why you won that football game, because you got those 2 turnovers off Lamar, and if you caused him to do that because you confused him a little bit and you made it a little bit harder on him, then good on you.
Right, your offense scored enough points. It had a really great start to the game and then kind of dried up in the middle, but your defense got the job done.
But then on the other hand, you get out-coached by Andy Reid consistently in the playoffs. That's a tough bar, though. Like, that's where I wouldn't just say, well, McDermott gets them that far. Anybody could do that. Guys are getting out-coached by Andy Reid consistently right now. Kyle Shanahan has twice in Super Bowls, in the margins. So I wouldn't just assume that Shanahan would come in and be the difference. He could. And there will come a day where enough years will have passed where, like, okay, I want to see somebody else take a shot at this guy if the Chiefs are even still going. Maybe Reid retires before that ends up happening. That's the job, though. The job with Josh Allen at playing in superhero mode and being a superstar is more to me now about when that guy can be matched, can you beat and out-coach the guy across from you? And I would only say that one guy has been consistently able to out-coach him. And I don't know where you're just going to find somebody that's going to go in and beat Andy Reid and Steve Spagnuolo in a coaching fight.
803-0550, our phone number, 1-888-552-550. You can, of course, watch us on YouTube. Maybe you're planning on doing that for training camp. We're going to be out at camp. We're going to have the cameras on at camp. You'll see us bright and early from St. John Fisher. And, we're going to be talking to members of the media, talking to players and coaches, hopefully, as well. So Sal will be out there. So, subscribe to the WGR 550 YouTube channel. Hit a like. Give us a like. Give us a subscribe. Sorry. And join us. We'll take you to camp with us on our YouTube channel. So see you there. 803-0550, 1-888-552-550 to join us here on WGR. I don't know how many really good teams are there? How many teams is it possible could win the Super Bowl this year? Let's just if you were to say, give me all of these teams, and I should be obviously a prohibitive favorite. The most shocking, farthest down underdog to win it. I bet if you went Ravens, Bills, Chiefs, Eagles, Lions, Rams, I feel like I would be done. I think I need...
You would go Rams and not Commanders?
I would. The Commanders might be the 7th team.
They were in the NFC Championship last year.
That's right. They were. They beat the Lions.
Yep.
So,
didn't they beat them good, too?
Yeah, the Lions couldn't make any stops. The Lions' entire defense got hurt last year, and they just lost another player to an ACL.
Yeah.
Okay, 7. Is 7 where you'd cap it? Who's not included? I mean, Cincinnati, Denver... The Chargers. I've pointed out to you a number of times that the Chargers are, according to ESPN, 4th most likely to win the AFC.
The Chargers?
ESPN's football power index, whatever, still ranking season until camp begins. But if you gave me Ravens, Bills, Chiefs, Eagles, Lions, Rams, I feel like I'd be set. 6.
You're really going Rams are that different for you than like the...
I think the Rams are going to be very, very good.
Because I think
if they keep Stafford healthy. Stafford, Puka, Adams, the defense that they have built, I think the Rams are really, really good.
Because I think most would probably put them on a tier with Washington and Green Bay.
Yeah, that's probably right.
And Cincinnati. Although, I made a noise when you said Cincinnati. Because...
I didn't list them.
You didn't list them. Well, we did on like the next list of teams that we wouldn't put in that. Like, they could win the Super Bowl. They couldn't win the Super Bowl this year, like because they've gone to it.
Well, can I give you the drop off in the odds?
Sure.
Cincinnati's behind Minnesota to win the Super Bowl.
Minnesota, who that Pro Football Network mock draft picked to lose to the Bills in the Super Bowl last week. Remember that?
The Bengals are 11-1, whereas the Bills, Ravens, and Chiefs are around like 3 and 4-1.
Sal Capaccio with us on the Wester Hotline. Sal, is James Cook a story really still going into training camp? Do you think at least going into maybe the first day, and then if he's on the field practicing, then it kind of gets, it'll die down as a story at least?
Yeah, I think as of right now, it's the biggest storyline of camp, Joe, but you're right. I mean, it could really change once we're there on Wednesday for a lot of reasons. Is it he's there and he says, hey, I'm practicing. I got 1 year left on my deal. All right, let's roll. I mean, that happens every year, guys go into the last year of their contract. So then there's no big deal. If he makes some noise about it, if he says, I really want to get something done and I don't know what's going to happen here, and, anything that kind of is noteworthy, especially because Hard Knocks is there, right? I think that becomes a little bit more of the story. Hard Knocks focusing on this and, what we're going to see from that. Obviously, there could be some extension. I don't think that's going to happen at this point, but you never know. Been surprised before, so maybe that's a story. But you're right, Joe. I think that, when we get to camp on Wednesday and James Cook is there, that's the number one thing. Is he there? If he is, what is he doing? Is he participating in every drill? Is it a hold-in situation? Assuming it's not, assuming he's there, he participates in every drill, I think that it kind of dies down slowly and goes away. But there's a chance here for this to get to be a bigger story depending on all that.
What about
Hi, good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Happy Monday. Happy football season-ish. We haven't kicked all the way into training camp highlights. That'll start this week.
Yes.
All right, let's make a bet. Who gets the Bills' first touchdown at camp?
Coleman. They're going to run fade routes off the start, right?
First touchdown 11 on 11. I'm going to once you get
okay, it's got to be 11 on 11
or because 7 on 7 or 11 on 11.
Catching like a fade touchdown drill or something.
All right.
Yeah, okay, that's right. Like it's got to be like a real play.
First 11 on 11 touchdown. I'm going to give me Curtis Samuel.
I got who's the blocking tight end they just drafted?
Jackson Hawes?
Jackson Hawes.
We should
Let's go with deep poll. Jackson Hawes.
We used to do this. Let's get our bingo board up. Like a Bills training camp bingo board.
Yeah.
Curtis Samuel in the backfield. I want that in my bingo board.
Ooh.
Hey, look at this. Run Curtis Samuel out of the backfield.
Yeah.
Put that on my bingo board.
That, though, I don't think we'll be able to say.
I mean, people will notice it.
Yeah.
What we're allowed to say versus what people... I don't know.
A caller will be allowed to say it. We won't be allowed to say it.
I don't remember what we're allowed to say. I'm going to have to get the refresher on that.
I got a quick story for you. So yesterday was at a company picnic for my wife.
Mm-hmm.
Her big picnic that her office had, and there were like lawn games. Not lawn games. More like team activities, if you will.
And you played Viking chess.
We did not. What is Viking chess?
It's that game Coob. I played
it. Yeah. We went through this a couple weeks ago.
You got to play Viking chess. It's awesome.
No, so there were a couple different games. One of them was there were 9 hula hoops, and then everyone got a cone, and there were 2 lines, 2 teams, and it was like tic-tac-toe. It was like a race, like tic-tac-toe, kind of. Like, as soon as your person put the thing down in front of you, you got to run up and do it, but the other person next to you is running up and doing it too.
Okay.
So it's whoever gets the cones down first. So both teams had 2 down, and they were both going for different spots. And the cones were put down for tic-tac-toe in 2 different spots at the same time. So, like, tie, right? So
Gene's territory came in, and...
So I assumed, right, like, that's a tie. And then someone goes, wait a minute. George sitting over here is recording with his phone.
Wow.
So now the game has turned into, instead of just calling it a tie, let's go to George's phone. We're going to go to the video. We're going to rewind it. And then we're going to put it into slow motion so that we can see that, their cone actually touched the grass first before theirs did. Winner.
Wow.
Team on the right. We had instant replay review in a team activity. I loved it.
This is what Gene's territory has done to us.
As a society.
As a society.
We're reviewing everything.
As a society.
Yeah.
You can no longer just have a fun lawn game at a company picnic without a review.
We got a review on a cell phone.
Not enough people are saying how terrible this development is. Rough. All right. Jeremy and Joe, 803-0550. I'm bouncing off for the final hour. I'll be back tomorrow with you. And we're at training camp on Wednesday. Make sure, go to your smart TV now. Do this now. Subscribe to the WGR channel now. So Wednesday, when you wake up and you turn on your TV and you're like, hey, what's going on today? You'll see us at camp. Mm-hmm. There you go. There's your plan. Go do it now. Subscribe now. We'll see you at training camp on Wednesday. 803-0550 on WGR. I got into a conversation with the Bills roster over the weekend, and, it got to be about one position that's interesting. Like, this is the time where people get their final 53-man roster predictions, like who's going to be the final 53, or maybe we should call it the first 53. Who's going to be on the first 53-man roster? And, how many different spots are controversial, or how many different spots are really up for grabs? And you kind of get to about 3 really interesting position battles. Safety, right? Cole Bishop. And then corner 2, Max Hairston. And after that, I guess I'm working at which receiver is the 4th guy. Elijah Moore, Curtis Samuel.
Yep.
And am I at backup quarterback?
Backup quarterback's going to be on the list.
What is there besides that? There's how do they handle the 2 suspensions, right? Michael Hoyt and Larry Ogunjobi. That I think that actually almost lines up to be a good problem to have, because don't they have an extended tryout period / runway for 2 players on their defense?
Yes.
So you're a team that might have a little bit of wiggle room because you are consistently an excellent team. So now Deion Walker and Javon Solomon, you get an extended runway for them until those 2 players come back. And it might not be those 2 specifically, but just for Hoyt and Ogunjobi, they joined the team in week 7.
Right, because Hoyt is such a unique player that I almost would have a tough time figuring out, like, okay, who really sees an uptick in opportunity with him being out for 6 weeks? Like, watching practice and thinking, oh, this guy's getting the opportunity that Hoyt is leaving available. Like, Hoyt does things, or he at least has a versatility that nobody else on the defense has, right? He's the chess piece, isn't he?
Yeah.
So Javon Solomon's not lining up at nickel corner, I don't think, on a given snap, and then going to defensive tackle on the next snap. That might be next, though. It is camp week. The Bills' first practice is coming your way on Wednesday at St. John Fisher. The Bills over the weekend signing rookie defensive tackle TJ Sanders to his contract. Sanders gets $10.0 million of the $10.6 million guaranteed. That is 95%. Although Sanders was the earliest selected second-round pick not to get a 100% fully guaranteed contract. The 7 who had signed in front of him all did. Landon Jackson, speaking with Trainwreck Sports over the weekend, said that he should be good to go very early on in camp. He's on the PUP list, but seems like a very minor injury. Coverage of Bills training camp, St. John Fisher, is brought to you by Fiegelcar and Joyce, your border attorneys, by Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? And by Upstate Honda Dealers. For great deals, visit your local Honda dealer today. The Chiefs signed defensive end George Karlaftis to a long-term extension, $93 million total for him. Seahawks released tight end Noah Fant. Starting tight end, 27 years old, is now available. And Micah Parsons will report to training camp in Dallas, despite no long-term extension in place for him. Scotty Scheffler wins the Open Championship by 4 strokes. No one ever got that close. It is Scheffler's 4th major of his career. Only the U.S. Open left for Scheffler to hit the career Grand Slam. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
For the very first time since Patrick Mahomes has become the starter for the Kansas City Chiefs, they will not win the AFC West. I am going with the Denver Broncos because how fantastic they were on defense a season ago, but how they upgraded this season as well. Adding a linebacker in Dre Greenlaw, adding Hufanga at the safety position. Their first-round pick was Jahdae Barron from Texas. But then when you look at the offensive side of the ball, I look at a guy in Bo Nix who had the ability to grasp a Sean Payton offense and run it to perfection in his rookie season. Well, the 2 glaring holes for Denver last season was the tight end position and the running back position. They drafted R.J. Harvey. They also acquired J.K. Dobbins, and they got Evan Ingram at the tight end position. I'm looking for the Denver Broncos to win this division.
That is Harry Douglas from ESPN. All right, someone else is willing to say it. Denver. I want to bet Denver. So actually, I was just looking at ESPN.com as we close out on ranking season and we get to training camp this week for the Bills. Wednesday, first practice. It's going to be hot all week. 94 degrees in Pittsburgh on Thursday. Could be a record. It'll be close to a record there. The ESPN analytics guys, actually even beyond them, but Mike Clay, Seth Walder, Aaron Schatz, all collaborating to rank all 32 rosters in the NFL. If you're interested, by the way, the Bills are number 4. Goes Baltimore number 1, Philly number 2, Detroit 3, Buffalo 4. Whole roster. And they, of course, take quarterback into a huge account. Like, that's the Bills' biggest strength listed. Kansas City is 5. Denver is 6. Back-to-back. Kansas City and Denver. So, like, the Broncos don't have the elite quarterback that all those teams have, but they've got no big holes. And they've got a great offensive line. They've got a great defense. They could probably use a jump from one of their receivers next to Cortland Sutton to really have a fully formed offense. But Denver is going to be, I think, really threatening to the Chiefs this year. Just saw that ranking. The Bills, by the way, so on this ESPN article, so they have the 4th best offense, and no surprise, biggest strength is quarterback. Biggest weakness, safety. Taylor Rapp, Cole Bishop, DeMar Hamlin, Cam Lewis, and Derek Forrest as the safety room. But even that, like, biggest weakness, fair to say, about their safety room. Because Rapp is fine. He's got good traits, and he's got some bad traits. He leaves a lot to be desired in coverage. I think a lot of the numbers bear that out. He is one of the best, if not the best, tackling safety in the league. Like, there are no missed tackles for him. Missed tackle rate is, like, one of the lowest in football. So he's fine. But Bishop, it's the second time I've seen Bishop written about this morning. Bucky Brooks earlier in the day from NFL.com did his all breakout team in the NFL, and he had Bishop as the safety. They had two safeties listed, and Bishop was one of them. All breakout team in the NFL. And here's the ESPN guys talking about the biggest weakness on the roster, and they get right to safety. But they do mention that the one thing that could get that room to take a big step up is they have one player in there that could take a leap, and that is Cole Bishop, who's got the size, and he's got the range, and he's got the physicality to be able to fill in there. I mean, really, we did this a little bit earlier, that training camp for the Bills does not have many roster battles. And for me, Hairston is one of them. Corner is, okay, Max Hairston versus Trey White, and then Dane Jackson maybe outside looking in, and they'll all compete. Jamarcus Ingram if you want to. That corner position will be up for grabs, and if Maxwell Hairston doesn't win it, what's going to be the takeaway? It will be, all right, disappointing that Max Hairston didn't take that job and run with it, but understandable. He's a rookie. First training camp. He's a little bit smaller. Maybe there'll be a little bit of an adjustment for him to playing against more physical wide receivers. And Trey White is a steady pro that knows the system and is reliable. And even though I think he's got a deficiency right now with athleticism because of the injuries and the age, and he could definitely get beat one-on-one, he's in a defense that's usually pretty protective of those corners. So, wouldn't be the end of the world. And you might even expect that, okay, fine, Hairston's going to come in and play somewhere in the middle of the year, and hopefully he just takes off from there. That happens all the time. Safety, though, that roster battle is, if Bishop doesn't win it, if they walk into camp and Cole Bishop doesn't win the job outright, given that his competition isn't that great. Hamlin is trustworthy, but is going to get exposed like he did in the AFC Championship game if he ever has to cover a guy one-on-one. Kansas City in that AFC Championship. So, all right, you guys want to play man coverage? We're going to get DeMar Hamlin covering our slot receiver, and you're never going to be able to stop that. And in part, that's what happened. All the flack that Elam got for playing in that game and being terrible, and he was, Hamlin got cooked a few times. But otherwise, he's in the right spot, and he's a pretty good tackler too. Good in run support. Just not going to be giving you that high-end play ever, really, from that position. And Derek Force, is just a veteran that, maybe there's a little bit more there than what you had before, but that's not a profile that you're expecting big things. Cam Lewis has been a very good depth player. Like, that's your room. Bishop is second-round pick, second year, got a year in the system. He's healthy right now. He's big. He's athletic. If he doesn't win the job, and it's not because of injury, then that'll be really demoralizing. That's going to feel like a missed pick. Hairston cannot win the job, and you won't think that at all. It'll just be, we just got to wait to see him, and he needs some adjustment. If Bishop in year 2 doesn't beat that competition, something's wrong. He either doesn't get it, or he's just there, but he's not making the play. I don't even know. It could be more of a mental thing for him, understanding the position. Because in college, he was a guy that would play down more in the box, and maybe now he's being asked more to move back a little bit. But Bishop not winning that job, to me, would be a lot worse than any other result around the roster in a roster battle. Because there's not much of this. There's receiver, there's Curtis Samuel, and there's Elijah Moore at the end of it. So one thing that I was looking at in the break, the Bills going into training camp, and you're going to hear a lot of, and we'll even do them, like 53-man roster projections, who's going to make the team, be focusing on that for the next couple of weeks, who's on the outside looking in, bubble players, who's a practice squad guy, and that'll be a lot of the preseason. The Bills still have work to do on the salary cap. And this is where I'd want like a Mike Giannitti or somebody to tell me exactly how much work they actually have to do. Because if you go to SpotTrack right now and you look at the Bills' salary cap situation, you look at the whole league. Look at the whole league in the salary cap situation. The Bills have the least amount of cap space in the NFL. Right now, if you look at top 51 players, the Bills actually, by SpotTrack's numbers, and these aren't exact because the league is usually a little bit different, but SpotTrack has the Bills at $810,000 over the salary cap with top 51. And there's nobody else that's true of. It's just the Bills. What's the move that's going to free up a few million? Because you've heard Bean talk this way. It's not just about being, one penny below the salary cap. You need a little bit of operating space in case you got to add guys in the middle of the year, and that's just for depth. But I mean, if you want to make a trade deadline acquisition, you need even more. And right now, they've got nothing at all, least in the league. So what's the move to come? Because earlier I mentioned Curtis Samuel and how, if you trade Curtis Samuel, you save $7 million of the $9 million. That's a giant chunk. And if you wanted to use that and earmark it for, if we want to make that gives us our operating room. And if you want to make a move at the deadline because some player, some linebacker, some corner, some lineman got injured, now you have the space to be able to add. The problem, though, with that is, for Samuel specifically, is I like the player. And I think they like the player. And would it be weird or would it just be disappointing that he finished strong last season and you started seeing glimpses, the Denver game especially, glimpses of the player that they added? And they gave him a 3-year contract. So giving up on that when he does present a dangerous skill set at a position where you could use that upgrade, I wouldn't want to punt on that. He might be 5th on my depth chart right now for the Bills at receiver, but if he stays healthy, he could climb that, and he could be somebody that's making a difference week to week. So I wouldn't want to do that. So what else is it? I could go to AJ Epinesa for this, and I don't know how much of a roster bubble candidate he'll be as we get to camp and we start talking about these things. But just from a cap perspective, I'm looking at him and like, okay, that is this is where the tough part is, though. You'd have to make it a trade because just cutting these guys, there'd be no point in that. You're not saving any money. For both Epinesa and Samuel, it's only $400,000 you would save by moving on from them. Trading Samuel is $7 million. Trading Epinesa saves you $6.2 million. So can you find a team out there that is really light at defensive end and's got cap space and they like the player enough that they'll give you a day 3 pick and you get your cap room? Again, though, I would feel less strongly about Epinesa for this than I did Samuel, but defensive end, I don't know if that's the position you want to be subtracting from right now. Bosa is already hurt. Landon Jackson, albeit minor, thank goodness, and should be good this week, already picked up a little bit of an injury. Michael Hoyt is suspended. Like, your numbers are already thinning there a bit. You want to subtract Epinesa from that? Again, I could make a very strong argument you wouldn't want to do that. So I don't know what the move's ultimately going to end up being. Maybe there's an extension to come somewhere. They could sign Connor McGovern. He's going to the final year of his deal. Maybe there's another guy that I'm not thinking about for this right now. I mean, it could also just be James Cook, right? Could they sign James Cook to his extension and free up some room? But as I look at this, I feel like something's got to happen. If I'm understanding this correctly and where their cap space is, they've got to do something. 803-0550 is the phone number. Training camp starts on Wednesday. Jay in Rochester is next up. What's up, Jay?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Just want to go back to the Sean McDermott thing here.
Sure.
Discussion. Because I think it's really, the problem with Buffalo and our fans. Everybody's accepting and has this loser mentality that just because Sean McDermott got us out of the drought, and in my opinion, it wasn't Sean McDermott, it was Josh Allen, number 17, who actually did it, that we owe him this extra year of extra 2-3 years. Let's write him out and see if we can win the Super Bowl. I think it's already been proven that Sean McDermott is not a Super Bowl championship winning coach. And the only thing that matters in this day and age is Super Bowl championships. I've lived through 4 Super Bowl losses in a row. After the first one, everybody was, we're going to win another one. After the second one, we're definitely going to win. After the third one, we're definitely going to win. After the fourth one, for sure we're going to win. People have that attitude with Allen now. Nothing's guaranteed. We're actually on the back end of his career. It's time to move on from Sean McDermott. He's proven he's had enough opportunities. We need to get in here, shake some things up. And anything less than a Super Bowl title is a failure. And it's just a joke that he hasn't even gotten to a Super Bowl. And people act like he's a Super Bowl winning coach. Same thing with Brandon Beane.
Yeah, thanks, Jay. I don't think he's treated like a Super Bowl winning coach, personally. Depends who you ask. He's got a lot of critics in town. And I think you see these coach rankings once in a while pop up, and it always feels like he's lower than you would expect. There was one the other day where I think he was 13th or something from, was it Fox maybe? Whatever it was. And those lists don't even matter. And by the way, Josh Allen is the reason they are a Super Bowl contender every single year. He was not the quarterback of the drought breaker. Like the team that broke the drought, that's Tyrod at quarterback. That's McDermott. So there's that. Minor point. I think it is fair to say that there's a deficiency with this coaching staff that has kept them from at least even going to the Super Bowl without winning it. To me, though, it's just they get out coached by Andy Reid and Steve Spagnuolo. And there are a lot of examples of that. But I'll even use Reid for this. It just because I'm at a point now where, like, I understand that comment about McDermott. For me, though, I'm not there yet. I'm needing a couple more years. Because I don't think that the stat about a quarterback and a coach not winning in their first, 5 years together, that stat, by the way, is I think it's a coach and a quarterback that have not won the Super Bowl in their first 5 years, never won it together after that. Like, you got to do it in the first 5 or it doesn't happen. I don't really think it's meaningful. It could happen this year. But the thing that I would care more about, look at Andy Reid would be the guy I might want to hold up for this. Andy Reid in Philadelphia with Donovan McNabb went to NFC Championship after NFC Championship after NFC Championship and lost most of them. He won one, got to the Super Bowl, lost that one. And he was, for a while, the coach that just not a championship caliber coach. Didn't have the finishing touch to win it. For Reid, it was more about, though, clock management and game management decisions. That was more of it. And I don't think he is necessarily great in that area right now. But is it fair to say, along with, again, I recognize him getting Patrick Mahomes, I mean, it helps an enormous amount. It's the difference between his team now and those Eagles teams and those Alex Smith Chief teams. The quarterback difference is obviously huge. But did he learn things from being in Philadelphia? He makes mistake after mistake. Does he get better in those areas? That's one area that I'd want to look for in Sean McDermott and the Bills' defense in the playoffs. Because I'm going to need to see some signs of that soon. But I'm not giving up to the fact that, or not giving up on the idea that they could someday have that answer. Warren Sharp pointed out last week on the station that Kansas City in this era, in this 5-6 year period, against the Bills averages 34 points per game. And against all other opponents in the playoffs, they average 24 points a game. The Bills average 10 more points per game to that team in the postseason than everybody else does. And that's a black mark. That's the reason. It's the reason why they haven't beat him. Does that mean they never will? I'm not resigned to that as a definitive. I'm not convinced that it can never happen, that they unlock some scheme or personnel grouping, a package of players together that is able to give you the performance that you need. But I would admit, like I wouldn't be giving them forever to figure that out. It's already been a long time. I mean, their first meeting with the Chiefs in the playoffs is 5 years ago. It's half a decade. So you got to see some evidence of it soon. Or the calls like that, I think, will only grow in volume. But for me, like, I'm not in a rush. I think he's a great coach. I think he's going to give you turnovers on defense every year. And that, to me, is pretty impressive. That for such a fluky up and down stat, getting turnovers on defense, the Bills have been top 10 every year with McDermott as coach. And in the last couple of years, it's top 5, I think, every year, except the one that it was like 7 3 years ago. Whatever. The Bills are going to take the ball away. They're going to play good defense in the regular season. And you just need that next step into the playoffs. So I think he's a very good coach. Is he the best coach in the league? That's why earlier I mentioned that, just hanging out with some buddies this weekend, and it's like, how many guys would you move on from him for? This were fantasy football. How many would you move on from McDermott for? And there's not many, but there were a couple. But some of them you can't get. Like Andy Reid specifically. Reid, by the way, like, if that's your deficiency, I just think it's not really that. You are second best in this respect, but it's hard to beat that guy. Like, I personally think he's the best coach ever. Said that last week. Like, you compare him to Belichick, and sure, Belichick's got more rings, but if you look at how much Brady rose Belichick's record from their time together versus how much Mahomes raises Reid's record, he adds the Super Bowls, but the record is not that different. Whereas you go over to the New England side of thing, and it's like a massive gulf. Belichick without Brady versus with Brady. I think Reid is excellent. And I don't think there are many that could outcoach him in a playoff game like that. That's not to say you shouldn't resign yourself to forever being second best on that. Just, you give this guy a few more chances at least, and should there come a day where you say, all right, I got to give someone else a crack, like, I believe that that day should exist. There should be a clock, and it shouldn't be you get Allen's whole career, and if you don't win one, that's fine. But today's not that day, for me personally. 803-0550 is the phone number. Training camp starts on Wednesday. On the Sabres embedded piece, I got another thought on that. One thing the Sabres are very obsessed with right now, and it became very evident when watching them go through the draft process, and they had a 30-minute embedded series that came out yesterday, and just a couple of other things I noticed from that I want to get to when we come back. If you got a call on the Bills, feel free to call in at 803-0550. It's Jeremy and Joe here on WGR.
I don't know how many really good teams are there? How many teams? How many teams is it possible could win the Super Bowl this year? Let's just if you were to say, give me all of these teams, and I should be obviously a prohibitive favorite. Mm-hmm. The most shocking, farthest down underdog to win it. I bet if you went Ravens, Bills, Chiefs, Eagles, Lions, Rams, I feel like I would be done. I think I need...
You would go Rams and not Commanders?
I would. The Commanders might be the 7th team.
They were in the NFC Championship last year.
That's right. They were. They beat the Lions.
Yep.
So,
didn't they beat him good, too?
Yeah, the Lions couldn't make any stops. The Lions' entire defense got hurt last year, and they just lost another player to an ACL.
Yeah.
Okay, 7. Is 7 where you'd cap it? Who's not included? I mean, Cincinnati, Denver, the Chargers. I've pointed out to you a number of times that the Chargers are, according to ESPN, 4th most likely to win the AFC.
The Chargers?
ESPN's football power index, whatever, still ranking season until camp begins. But if you gave me Ravens, Bills, Chiefs, Eagles, Lions, Rams, I feel like I'd be set. 6.
You're really going Rams are that different for you than like the...
I think the Rams are going to be very, very good.
Because I think
if they keep Stafford healthy. Stafford, Puka, Adams, the defense that they have built, I think the Rams are really, really good.
Because I think most would probably put them on a tier with Washington and Green Bay
that's probably
and Cincinnati. Although, I'm annoys when you said Cincinnati. Because...
I didn't list them.
You didn't list them. Well, we did on like the next list of teams that we wouldn't put in that. Like, they could win the Super Bowl. They couldn't win the Super Bowl this year, like because they've gone to it.
Well, can I give you the drop off in the odds?
Sure.
Cincinnati's behind Minnesota to win the Super Bowl.
Minnesota, who that Pro Football Network mock draft picked to lose to the Bills in the Super Bowl last week. Remember that?
The Bengals are 11-1, whereas the Bills, Ravens, and Chiefs are around like 3 and 4-1. The thing I saw from the weekend was Chris Johnston talking on his podcast or some podcast, and the story being that the league is worried about the Sabres.
It's bad for the league at a league level, something along those lines.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's not good for the league for a team to struggle for this long. And like the league is monitoring it. What was the exact quote here? The discussions at the league level about how they're worried.
Yeah.
That's not a thing you often get. That doesn't happen a lot.
The Sabres' yearly struggles are a, quote, concern at the league level. It's not good for the league as a whole, is at least the tweet I saw. I don't know how much you expanded on that. What can you do?
I mean,
what can you do?
What do you...
A phone call, right? Like, that's the most you could do. Bettman can give the Sabres a phone call and be like, get your you-know-what together.
What would the concern be? What would they say? Well, I mean, we're concerned you're not doing well. If I'm coming at him, some half kidding, I'd say, I mean, if you want to give us a lottery win, that might help. We've had a couple of those, though.
No, it would be a call to ownership about resources and whatnot, wouldn't it? Like, like your job in the league is to keep this thing afloat. And if one of our 32 entities is, sinking and the season ticket base is gone and the crowd sizes are shrinking, then like we got to do something here. They did, like, this wouldn't be the first time. Bettman and Bill Daly flew to Winnipeg, I think it was last year, to like meet with ownership, like what is happening with your tickets? Why and they're good. That's even worse.
Well, that's the concern. You guys are good and you're having trouble.
And you can't sell out.
What's going on here?
Right.
Whereas the Sabres
there's no mystery.
No, that's right. There's no mystery.
They're just bad. So that would be the biggest difference. But that is evidence that they will, to what in extent get involved, I don't know, but they will get involved if they have to.
It's a concern at the league level. I think that it's gone on so long where they have been kind of mired in whatever we want to call this as mediocrity, something worse than that. It's not good for the league as a whole, quite honestly, to have a team where the fans have shown over a lot of years. That's a real hockey city, and you're eroding some of that passion and that interest level.
Chris Johnson of Sportsnet saying that the Sabres' failure in the last 14 years is a concern on the league level. I just don't really know what that can mean beyond a phone call. Maybe a visit from the commissioner, the deputy commissioner, to ownership. Like, what else? They're not going to give the Sabres a draft pick. They're not going to give them extra cap space, if they would use it anyway. What else could it mean? You can't, as a league, decide, I'm going to take you off all the no trade clauses. It's a CBA issue. So what are you supposed to do? You can, it's kind of a check-in. What are you doing? It's what happened in Winnipeg last year. Bettman flew to Winnipeg to figure out what on earth was happening, why the Jets couldn't sell tickets despite being number one in the league, and maybe he got his answer. Like might graduate to a crisis, but there's like financial reasons in Winnipeg why they didn't sell a lot of tickets. Here, it just seems to be obviously that it's the team. The team stinks and has for 14 years, and you can only do that for so long and have people continue to show up and show up and show up. I wonder how bad it will really get. Last year, the Sabres averaged just under 16,000 fans. That was not bottom of the league. In fact, there are teams below them because their capacity is lower. So by percentage, they're right there at the bottom. Like, how bad could it really get? 16,000 last year. Could we be looking at 13 at some point or 12? And what's the season ticket base? Like, that's why the league would be worried, is you can't run a business as a professional franchise if your customers have zero belief that you can actually win. And then as it's going on and they're not winning, they're not going to buy. It's a big year, not just for all of that, but for the Dahlin part of it and the Tage part of it, and making sure that your star players don't run out of gas on you mentally. And one good season can, I think, undo all of that. 2 years ago. That's the thing. Like, Winnipeg, it's a more complicated reason. Here, 2 years ago, they were almost a playoff team. They weren't even a playoff team. Almost a playoff team. And they recovered a lot. Season tickets and individual tickets and I'm sure merchandise and, like, interest in the team. It all kind of came back in a couple of months. All it takes is one. But you haven't had that one. And watching the Sabres embedded piece from the draft process with Kevin Adams and Jarmo Kekalainen and Jerry Fortin, and there's Terry Pagula front and center in this whole series. And one thing that I kept hearing from the Sabres, and this is not a surprise, their actions would speak to this. They've talked like this in press conferences, but how much they are obsessed right now with being tougher to play against, gritty, meaner to play against. Kekalainen had a line in embedded, something along the lines of, it's easier to tame a tiger than it is to put stripes on a cat. Something like that. And that seems to be the mantra it seems to be the plan right now. The plan is we are going to be a pain in the butt to play against. Just don't know how often that translates to wins.
It's a league that I think has moved to that more, but in combination with the ability to win with a high skill game. And I talked about this as the draft was happening. Like, the advantage of those bigger, stronger players is different than it was, I think, back in whenever you would think about this, the 90s, the 60s, whenever, however far back you want to go. Mm-hmm. The advantages of the long, heavy players now is less punishing physicality, and it's more difficulty in making plays around bigger guys. That's where a lot of it comes in, and that's why you want guys that can skate really well. And so, as a prerequisite to being big, heavy, mean, you got to be able to play the game itself and be functional as a hockey team and player if you're looking at individuals. And I think if you're jumping straight to the physicality is the first thing we're looking for, you're missing the important stuff.
Right.
And you're missing the stuff that can help you actually win games in more ways than just that. And I think it feels short-sighted to me to get that locked in on one aspect of the game when you're an organization that has needed the amount of change that this one does, and that needs improvements in this many areas. I think all of us talk about most of the moves that they've made isolated in a vacuum are okay, and I like a lot of those guys that they've brought in. But as a whole, it feels like it's all to get meaner. And that I don't need meaner. I need maybe tougher, harder to play against, sure. I don't know that you need to only be meaner. That I don't know how far that gets you.
Right. And they never Florida is going to be held up as the example here, and to their credit, they are all of this. But what did they do first?
Right.
They did first was they built a skilled team that could skate with anybody, could go up and down the ice, and they won the President's Trophy. They made the playoffs a couple of times. They hit their head in the ceiling, and then they decided, all right, for playoff hockey, we should get more mean, more physical. But they didn't get less skilled.
No.
In fact, they had Reinhardt, which helps.
Look at their roster. It's mean, yes, but it's also incredibly skilled. Alexander Barkov, it can do whatever he wants with the puck on his stick.
And how many of those teams that really went deep into the playoffs are really built like that anyway? Florida is. Florida has that. Is Edmonton like that?
They were old, but they were not necessarily mean or tough.
They have elements of it, but I wouldn't say that's the identity of that team. Is Carolina like that? I wouldn't say that.
I think their identity is hard, but not. It's a different kind. It's forechecking and retrievals.
Yep. Dallas might be a little closer to it, but I'm looking at the list that Toronto we know is not built that way at all. And you can say what you want about Toronto, but you're just trying to be Toronto right now. And you're not trying to be Florida yet. I could try to be Florida once I have established that I have a really good team. I feel like I don't think Florida's the only example of this, but I think a lot of these teams, Vegas maybe was a little bit of this too eventually, it's a lot easier to add those elements of I got to be stronger, I got to be bigger, I can supplement my great team with these things after I have established how good I am. And my biggest pet peeve with the Sabres is I feel like they've swung the pendulum way too far in the other direction.
Right.
It still is true that the closest they have come in this entire playoff drought was their most skilled, offensive, and sure, softest team. Go ahead. You could say that. Guess what? That was the best team that we've seen in 14 years, and every action, every word that is spoken from this organization sounds like they are trying to run as far away from that team as possible. And it was the best one we've seen in 15 years.
Right. And in reality, we talk about how much they're tinkering. If they had tinkered and tried to maybe do a little of what they've done this offseason, and gone, all right, let's try and establish ourselves as this style of team and infuse, like we're talking about with Florida and all these other teams that are really that recognize this need.
Yeah.
Let's get a little of that, enough that we can keep our identity as a high octane, high talent, dangerous team to play against.
Mm-hmm.
If we can get a little bit of that Florida Panthers DNA, that's where I think you could tinker and have been really good. But they didn't do that. They barely did anything that offseason.
They tried to make that as like that was Connor Clifton to them.
Exactly.
Which
you just had, like, you got rid of them good, and everybody's pretty happy about it at this point, right? Like,
yep.
And so you're just left going in circles if you're chasing one thing too heavily.
You're left right now trying to win with a team that's very different than the team that almost made it a couple years ago. And that can work. I mean, I am very pessimistic about that working, but can it? Can they win a bunch of games 3-2, 2-1? Like make the other team is exhausted at the end of it, standing up for each other. You get good goaltending. Like, a lot of that can happen, but you're putting a lot on Rasmus Dahlin and Tage Thompson. Like, those two are your drivers,
and even
for scoring. And they both, by the way, have been injured. Right. Tage more than Dahlin, but they've both missed games. You're putting a lot on their plates. You can't miss games. Either one of them. You got to play the whole season, and you got to be at the top of your game, because if you're not, there's not really a lot behind you that's able to pick up from where you left off. I mean, look at Dahlin last year. Dahlin gets hurt, they go on a 13-game losing streak.
Exactly. And you're hoping to get elevated performances from some young guys.
Yeah, right. I'm hoping Power will be able to be a guy that the next time Dahlin gets hurt for 10 games, he's able to play 27 minutes a night and have it go fine.
Yeah.
Really good even.
But it's you at some point you got to stop hoping, and you got to be confident in something being what it is. And you're hoping on a lot of stuff with that team.
Yeah.
Norris, Quinn, Benson, Power, the goalies, all of it is hoping it works out. And
by the way,
not.
There are good things in this embedded series too. Like, it's 30 minutes. Picked out a couple of things that maybe annoyed me a little bit, but like I liked how involved Kekalainen seemed to be.
Yeah.
In a lot of the, I think he just kind of seems to have a presence, and I like that. If you are one that thinks like Terry Pegula doesn't care about the Sabres at all, like, if you watch the 30 minutes, you might go the other way and think he's too involved.
Right.
But I don't think you should go with he doesn't care at all about it. I think he does. It hasn't meant they're going to win. But there are some good things. Mertka, there's a lot of good behind the scenes stuff with him. So, and finally the Peterka piece that we talked about earlier about how we played the clip. Like, they'd been talking about that trade since the deadline. So any idea that this just came out of the blue and Peterka surprised them, and the misinformation part of it, and feeling bad for our fans, like this thing was on the table in some form since the deadline.
That is a horrible look.
Well before the deadline, even, I think it was said.
Yeah, that's a really bad look.
8030550 is the phone number. Back to football, just a little bit of hockey there. Training camp's on Wednesday. There is a write-up from Brandon Thorne, who's a good follow on social media, Bleacher Report. He's very into, like, the offensive and defensive lines. In fact, I think, what's his newsletter called? Trench Warfare. So he's all about the linemen. And he's got a bill ranked as high at his position as I've seen from anybody. And this dude knows. Tell you what he wrote about Spencer Brown when we come back, and how highly he has ranked amongst tackles in the NFL. This is a guy that is studying that position and is like, this dude is elite. Tell you what he said about Spencer Brown when we come back.
The thing I saw from the weekend was Chris Johnston talking on his podcast or some podcast, and the story being that the league is worried about the Sabres.
It's bad for the league at a league level, something along those lines.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's not good for the league for a team to struggle for this long. And like the league is monitoring it. What was the exact quote here? The discussions at the league level about how they're worried.
Yeah.
That's not a thing you often get. That doesn't happen a lot.
The Sabres' yearly struggles are a, quote, concern at the league level. It's not good for the league as a whole, is at least the tweet I saw. I don't know how much you expanded on that. What can you do?
I mean,
what can you do?
What do you...
A phone call, right? Like, that's the most you could do. Bettman can give the Sabres a phone call and be like, get your you-know-what together.
What would the concern be? What would they say? Well, I mean, we're concerned you're not doing well. If I'm coming at him, some half kidding, I'd say, I mean, if you want to give us a lottery win, that might help. We've had a couple of those, though.
No, it would be a call to ownership about resources and whatnot, wouldn't it? Like, like your job in the league is to keep this thing afloat. And if one of our 32 entities is, sinking and the season ticket base is gone and the crowd sizes are shrinking, then like we got to do something here. They did, like, this wouldn't be the first time. Bettman and Bill Daly flew to Winnipeg, I think it was last year, to like meet with ownership, like what is happening with your tickets? Why and they're good. That's even worse.
Well, that's the concern. You guys are good and you're having trouble.
And you can't sell out.
What's going on here?
Right.
Whereas the Sabres
there's no mystery.
No, that's right. There's no mystery.
They're just bad. So that would be the biggest difference. But that is evidence that they will to what in extent get involved, I don't know, but they will get involved if they have to. Training camp starts Wednesday. Very quickly, Brandon Thorne he has his own Trench Warfare newsletter, offensive and defensive lineman, Bleacher Report, Established the Run. He's one of the voters, actually, on the new lineman award. He is ranking the top 75 offensive linemen, and he's doing it by position and in tiers. So, top 5 right tackles in the NFL. We've said this a lot this offseason, and I think it's absolutely true. Bills don't have a lot of star players. Not a lot of guys that are top of their position in the league. And whenever we have that talk, it's, well, Josh Allen is that, Deion Dawkins is that, and the next name that I always want to mention is Spencer Brown. That he is getting that recognition, that he has become a top-tier tackle in the NFL. And Brandon Thorne, who studies the position a lot more than I do, agrees. He's got Spencer Brown as the third best right tackle in the National Football League. Only behind Lane Johnson and Penei Sewell. He writes about Brown. Brown is the most athletic tackle in league history on paper and developed confidence and sound technique, unlocking his physical gifts. I think he's in part referencing his RAS score from the combine. When he says that on paper, I think it is absolutely true. He is the most athletic tackle in league history. He ran a faster three cone. This is kind of as much about the other guys as it is about Brown. But Spencer Brown ran a faster 3 cone drill at the combine than DK Metcalf did. And he is 6'9", 300 and whatever he's listed at, 320. I'm not sure. What else do you write about him? Based on his trajectory, physical traits, and 2024 film, there's a case to put him in the bottom of Tier 1. I settled on the top of Tier 2 as we wait to see him duplicate what he did. I think you're going to see Spencer Brown in the next couple of years be voted as an All-Pro. I would bet on that right now. Within 3 years, he will be voted as an All-Pro and be recognized one of the best tackles in the NFL. Honestly, I think you could say he's their third best player. Right? Is that crazy? Allen 1, Dawkins 2, Brown 3? Am I disrespecting somebody by saying that? Benford, maybe? Anyways, training camp on Wednesday. So we got another show from here tomorrow, and then we'll be down at St. John Fisher. Stay tuned. Sal's back from Italy. The Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show is on the way next. You can call in, tune in, and we'll talk to you tomorrow morning.